Are we going? Are we live? Hello? Hello, please. Wow. I'm streaming again. Crazy. I traveled for a week and conveniently got sick while I was there. That's what I've been doing. That is what I have been doing. Let me get it set up here. Okay, let me see if I remember how to freaking stream here. Okay. Give me a little test chat here. Test. Okay, that is so delayed, but okay, that does work. Hit me with a testy test now. My God, is that slow? My God, is that very delayed? And YouTube is already behind too, so. Twitch is immediate. Twitch is immediately. That latency sucks, man. That does suck. What are we doing today? We're doing tree chopping stuff. More tree chopping stuff. Welcome in, Rashana. Besides game dev, what else? What can I use CPP for? I mean, technically, whatever you want to. Are you looking for a project? Is that what you're asking? I mean, anything you need to be very performant. I think a lot of high frequency trading prop firms use it. So you can make a trading algorithm. There's probably some machine learning algorithms that are written in it as well. I know a lot of the backends at my work use it. Some of the ones that need to be like efficient, you know. Beyond that, I don't know. I don't have any ideas. You'll have to search if you're looking for project ideas. So yeah, I'm still a little sick. So apologies for the sniffles. I am a bit of a sniffleupagus. I might sit the mic a little bit farther away. Maybe that's still. Yeah, okay, that's still picking up my sniffles here. Maybe like right here. Is that good? Let me know if you can't hear me. But yeah, I might be a little sniffly today. But yeah, I think last I left off, I was trying to get the trees to chop again. And I do have that working. I've been working on that since. And it's working well. And it's working consistently. Oh yeah, I was trying to get like the, I think the last problem I was on was like, trying to get the right transform for the chop tool. Like the axe. Based on like the default objects and stuff. I think that's what I was last doing. I definitely did get that figured out. And I think now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make my trees entities. Because I'm going to use health as, like I'm going to actually have damage be dealt to them. And then that's going to take away their health. And then that's going to determine like the chop distance like into the tree. And if the tree has been chopped through. Because right now it's just doing like line traces. And just kind of like going in. Oh, I mean, we'll show it off here. Just kind of going in a little bit further. Wow, that completely whiffed. Oh my God, are you serious right now? Oh, dude. What? Bro. Why are you doing this to me? I 100% just had this working last night. What happened here? What did I freaking change here, man? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. I'm in the middle of changing it. Okay, let me change this back real quick. I know what to do. Don't worry. Don't worry. There we go. Yeah, I think that's all we need to do. Make that change. Welcome in, everyone. Happy Saturday. Saturday morning for me. It's kind of chilly here. A little chilly, but I like it. Working on tree chopping. Okay, now this will work. 100%. There we go. Oh, let's get rid of the debug drawing. Hang on. Where is that? That's probably in the tree dynamic mesh actor. Yeah. Don't draw the debug mesh anymore. Hello, Cooley, welcome. Okay. But yeah, there's the little whack. And I can keep chopping. And it'll keep going a little bit further. Okay, now the debug drawing will go away. There we go. Wait, whoa. Where did my, Oh, yeah, I was dealing with an issue here. Wow, it's not working. Okay. I mean, I am in the middle of changing things. Okay, let's look at this here. I swear I had this working. I swear, guys. You know me. I'm honest. You know it was working. Where are the actual frames where it was chopping? Hello? Here we go. Okay, so here's my, like... This is an axe, basically. I do 3 line traces. Let's see what happened here. So we're swinging. God, that moves a lot in a single frame. That's wild. That is wild. And so we hit it here. As in, so these are the axe line traces. Am I making a game? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. This is a game. I promise it's a game. So we made contact with the tree. Yeah, I guess the line trace isn't long enough. That's the issue. So what I was doing when I was checking for if we chopped all the way through the tree, I would do like a line trace from the opposite side of the tree towards the like chop location. And if it doesn't hit anything, then I know we've chopped through the tree. But I'm not going to do that anymore. And I think we just saw some issues with it right there. Like, some of these tree trunks are pretty big. So I need to like dynamically determine how far away I should trace from to make sure that I'm not starting from inside the tree, you know? Because that's why some of the misses are happening. I think these tree trunks are a little bit too thick. Can there be such a thing? No. Well, there shouldn't be. There shouldn't be such a thing as too thick. Some of these trees are dummy thick though, so we need to account for that. These ones should be fine though. Yeah, so that's like kind of how it should work. That's what I see. Maybe this will actually like slide. Yeah, it's not, and the collision is still here, which is weird. There's like still collision there. But it's not showing anything. Okay, weird. We'll look at that in a second. Because I'm working on something different right now. Okay, let me look at... okay, we need a health curve. So, I have these trees, these environment items in a data table here. These are spawned via PCG in my little custom fancy schmancy spawner here. And I need to come up with an equation for how much health they should have. And these all have like random scales to them. Like these ones are quite small, right? And then these ones up here are quite big. So the big ones should have more health, right? They should. They do should. But then I should probably take into account their scale, which would be in the PCG graph here, right? Yeah, it would be like What are we doing? 1 to 2, random scale between 1 to 2. We could probably go more than that. What advice would you give someone trying to become a game dev? I would tell them to type that into Google. Yeah, we can probably go more than that. But for instance, like, one of these pine trees should definitely have a higher health curve than the other. And I'm wondering if area or mass, because I can get the area and mass of the tree, I think. Well, I only can when it's a dynamic mesh component, which is what happens when I whack it. It sounds kind of annoying, doesn't it? Yeah, I was in the process last night of writing a little damage processor. Mart, my goodness. Look who it is, the fabled prophet of the end times. It is Mart. How's it going, Mart? How are you? I haven't heard from you in a while. We were worried about you over here. We were worried that you cured your brain rot, and we'd no longer see you again. How did I start my career? I mean, my career is in software engineering, not game development. This is just a hobby thing. But I started by trying to make a World of Warcraft private server. That's how I learned to code. And then I just kept teaching myself, kept working on projects, and eventually convinced someone to give me a job after dropping out of college. And now I've been getting paid to write shitty code for 10 years. I'm creating a script from ChatGPT for my trading AI bot. So are you creating it, or is ChatGPT? But anyways, yeah, I kind of have like this, I have the health curve here. Evaluating with, right now I'm just using scale. It should be like uniformly, I think it should be uniformly scaling. The fuck is a trading AI bot? Yeah, I think it may be a little language translation mishap there. Sounds like he's using AI to make a trading algorithm. But yeah, I also need to factor in, today is a chopping some tree. Yes, very good, Mart. Very good. You're reading the YouTube titles. That's good. That is good. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the max health of the trees should be. I need to come up with some dynamic equation for that. They're going to be spawned in different zones, right? And what I'm thinking is, you know, the zone at the very center is going to be like, you know, level 1 to 5 or something like that. And then the zones outside of it, you know, 5 to 10, and then 10 to 20, you know. So it gets higher level the farther out you go. Nothing, I don't have anything that does that right now. So this is kind of like the first thing. So I don't even have that. I don't have information. So I'm just kind of like I'll just put the number 5 here just as a stand-in for whenever I put that in. But I'm thinking, yeah, so we're doing scale here, and I'm thinking either scale or mass or area. I'm also thinking that maybe these trees, like, I do want them to be entities, but maybe they shouldn't be entities until they're chopped for the first time, you know? Because otherwise they're just entities sitting there doing nothing, and I don't even know if I'd need that. I suppose I could do some spatial queries for it or something, but I don't know. That might just, like, if I add them to my spatial data structure, that might just make the other queries slower because they have more to go over. And they would have collision on them at all times. So I can use Unreal Engine collision, but also at the same time, I'm thinking about probably writing my own collision system. There are some things I think that I would need and want that for. Methinks so. Methinks so. But anyways, health. We just want to focus on health right now. And so we're going to take level. We're going to multiply it by some curve as well. So time is the top numbers. And then the left is the output numbers. So this needs to be like big. This needs to be big. Like what would the, I don't even know what my fucking health values should be, man. I kind of also want trees to have armor and actually run like a damage calculation on it. Potentially the same one I run for just normal combat. But there's some overhead to that. So we're just going to start simple here. I'm thinking like, I want to start the game. I don't know where I'm going to end up, but I hate when games start their damage numbers at like 1,000. It's like, bro, what are we doing? I'm level 1 dealing like 1,000 damage with each swing. Like, why are we even showing numbers at this point? Because like going from single digit to double digit to triple digit to quadruple digit, those are powerful moments in a game. That's when you can really feel the upgrades, right? You can really feel your character progression. So when games you just come out swinging for millions or whatever, it's like, dude, you guys just left so much on the table, so much dopamine on the table. And now, you know, I'm looking at you like a Diablo. I'm looking at you, Korean MMORPGs. Where do I start? If you have to, okay, here we go. I have a soundbite for that. Here's your answer. And what I mean by that is if you have to ask that question, you're never going to make it. So you need to figure out how to find answers to your own questions. So I will give you the same advice as I gave the other person. Type that into Google. But I'm thinking, that's all suffice to say that I'm thinking that I want my damage numbers to be, you know, in the single digits at first, right? So I think maybe like the first trees that you encounter, you should maybe just be dealing 1 damage to them each time, you know? I'm thinking maybe they have like 10 health. So, you know, when you're really, oh, I also need to factor in tree chopping level because there's going to be skill levels. Excuse me, still kind of sick. Am new in CPP and want to deep dive into it. Go for it. Thanks for keeping us updated. But yeah, I need a tree chopping skill level here too. So let's grab another float here. Dummy value, or here, we'll say tree chopping, dummy value, tree chopping skill. God. Sorry. Sniffles. I don't even fucking know what the ranges for this skill level is going to be. Am I gonna do it like WoW, where you can get up to like level 300? Or am I gonna do it like equivalent to character level, you know? So many, dude, there's so many fucking design decisions just in doing this. Maybe I should just act like we're at level 1. I don't know. I think I need some number that's non-1 to make sure that this equation is working properly, though, because 1 is going to do absolutely nothing to this equation. Level 2. We are tree chopping skill level 2. So either I go Rim World, where it's like max level 20, or I go WoW, where it's max level 300 for like profession type things. Or I just make professions have the same like the same levels as character levels. So like 1 to 60. And I have no idea what I want that to be. Where should I start from? Mostly here projects related to utilities game dev. OS utilities game. Again, man. You gotta find that on your own, man. I can't tell you what you should be interested in making. You have to figure that out for yourself. And I can't just straight multiply these because that's going to give me like a super fucking high number. Figuring out is the hard part. Marcus, welcome. Good morning. Yeah, I need to like divide these by something, I think. Because I just want a modifier, right? Well, oh no, this is health. I'm an idiot. This isn't damage. This is health. So no, I don't want tree chopping skill here. That's when we're dealing damage, not calculating health. So let's just say this. Let's just grab, we're gonna grab a simple curve. So delete that. Let's just say we'll go, I don't know, like how much damage are people gonna be dealing at max level? Yeah, maybe I should have fucking thought about this a little harder. Let's just go 1 to 10 for now. Maybe. Maybe I should start at 10 though. Because they're not gonna have 0 health, that's for fucking sure. Oh no, maybe there's some like small trees. We'll go minimum of 5. Maybe 5 to, and then maybe there's some really thickums trees. We'll say 10 is like 1, you know? 10 is, or I say 1 scale. All of the damage, okay, yeah. That does help. Maybe 15, plus or minus 5 from like the average here. At time 3 is what I put that at. Should I just put it in and out 0 to 1 range? I don't know, it's kind of hard to visualize. If I clamp that down to 0 to 1, then it's like a super tight fucking curve. And then let's say like there's slightly more at, can I flatten this? How do I flatten that? Okay, there we go. No, we don't want to invert that. We don't want to. There we go. So there's a little bit more just right at 10 there. Then I might have one for armor too, which would negate damage, and then maybe a character's armor pin. Like if I have an armor penetration stat, maybe that can. That's like, because that's like the bark of the tree, right? But if a character has an armor penetration stat, maybe I can use that in the equation as well to potentially deal more damage to trees. Which would probably mean like melee characters are probably just better at tree chopping, which... Do I hate that? I mean, it would kind of suck to be a mage and just be inferior at tree chopping, wouldn't it? But maybe you have like a tree chopping set where you just stack armor pin. That could be kind of fun. Like, yeah, let me put on my armor pin set so I can go tree chopping. I do kind of want like some ironwood trees, you know? Like those would have high armor values. So it's like they might not have much higher health than trees around their level, but you might not deal very much damage to them comparatively. You're talking to yourself, idiot. And what exactly should I be doing? Not that. I should just be sitting here silently. You tell me what to say. How about that? You know, if you want to come over and stream for me, that would be great too. You can do the talking. JK, I love you. Well, that was very nice of you to say. That was very nice of you. Thank you for coming in and doing that. Definitely not a social skills issue at all. Okay, so what do I want the horizontal range to be? So we're gonna have scale times like level, zone level. Scale is gonna be from like 1 to 2. I mean, if we're going 1 to 2, should that just scale? We should. Can I have the edge like continue? How do I make the edge continue here? What is this? Oh, that is what it does it. Yeah, just make that go linear. There we go. There we go. All right, that will be a lot better for me. And so what, we'll hit like 2. It's gonna be like 2 times 5 will be like 10. Do I want to? I think I want to divide this by something. What should I divide this by? I wonder if I should divide it by the max key in the curve. What would that do? If the max key was, what is it now here? 6. Now let's imagine that's 5 to make it easier on my head. Let's say scale is 2 here. 2 times 5 is 10. We divide it by 5, then we get 2. Well, that doesn't make sense to divide it by the last key. Then will basically never be the last key, I don't think. I'm wondering. I'm wondering if the min and max scale that this could be spawned with should be taken into account at all. What would that do? I could effectively keep the min and max. I mean, I would basically just be doing a linear interpolation if I used that. Maybe a lerp is just easier. Maybe I'm getting too fancy with the curve here. The curve allows you to have more control over it though, which is nice. Maybe I should say what the max health is. Grab the max health. And like basically normalize the scale along the min and max health. I kind of want to take this curve. Maybe take this curve and just think about this curve in terms of level 1 to 10 and just, Yeah, yeah, and then use this as level 1 to 10. And then what I'll do is I'll just multiply this by... I'll divide zone level by 10. Because that's what is specified in the table here. So take this out to 10. Means this will go to like... right there. We'll go boop and boop. There we go. And then we wouldn't need that to be, we wouldn't need that, would we? Fuck is user? Is that what I want? Yeah. Boop. Okay. Oh, and maybe we like scale it more. Well, no, because then that makes the big ones less efficient. That would make the big ones less efficient. Because I kind of also need like a loot curve too, like a loot quantity curve. Or a loot quantity multiplier, really. But that kind of makes the I think that loot quantity should maybe just be a linear interp. We'll think about loot here in a bit, I suppose. We're going 5 to 15 here. For a level 1 to 10. Well, this is, I'm just thinking of level, like a level 1 tree right now. It's kind of what I'm thinking of. So I think I actually want to make this a little bit, I think we want to go a little bit higher, because like a level 10 tree, again, I don't really know what damage numbers are going to be at level 10. Maybe let's go like 20 or 30 at least. Maybe 30 on the high end. Oh god, no, undo that. Oh, cool, you're just going to crash when I click undo. Thank you. That was very, very nice of you. I just got fucking Tim Sweeney.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad!
I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'm gonna go make some more coffee. BRB, guys. Okay, we're back. We are back and we are with coffee. Conan, welcome. All is well. I was a bit sick for a bit. I'm still kind of sniffly. And then I was traveling. Well, I traveled. Of course, got sick while I traveled. But now we're back. Back. Okay, let's see if I can change. Let's see if I can change the curve and not get Tim Sweeney'd here. Okay, so I'm thinking, okay, level 1 to 10 tree, min to max health. Level 1 tree at 1 scale multiplier. I could go below 1 too, though. You know, we'll deal with that in a second, but like level 10 tree, max health at max multiplier. Well, no, maybe the God, I kind of don't like how static this is. No, I think no, this makes sense. Do I want it to just be linear? Because if I don't make it linear, then certain trees are going to be more or less efficient. I mean, I don't know. I like that there is a difference, right? If everything's linear, it's kind of a flat experience, right? And of course, it's all going to depend on how much experience you get from each one, and also how much loot you get from each one too. So those curves will impact the overall experience, the overall gameplay of it. So, okay, let's say there's a lot. Level 10. I mean, 4 to 6 sounds good here. Then just like steeply increases after that, but then all of these ones are going to be less efficient. But they might give more XP or more loot or something. Dude, there's so many fucking decisions to make here. Jesus Christ. And what I was going to do is I was going to take this level... Well, this is at 0. Let's start at 1. Start at 1. Level 1 to 10. And then I was going to do, for trees level... For pine trees level 10 to 20... Just like shift this up and over, basically. But I'll just do that with math, you know? Instead of having to like... make the a giga big ass curve here, so that way every like 10 levels is kind of the same ride. Then you kind of flatten off maybe at level 10 here. You put that towards 9. That 9, yeah. So should there be more at lower level or more at higher level? Because this means that there's going to be more, I say higher level, health. More at low health or more at higher health? I don't know. This will be more at lower health. Maybe that's better for getting people to skill up, right? So what that experience is going to be, and this is just health. This is just health. I'm also going to need, okay, let me just enumerate my curves here. I need like a loot quantity curve. I need a XP Just EXP given. Curve. I need a... I just had it. What the fuck was it? An armor curve? Can I move that? No, of course you can't. Of course you can't reorder those. I need a health, loot quantity, EXP. Oh, I need a skill required. That's what I had. The skill level required to chop it, to even attempt. Should I do that? That's another decision to make. Sorry, hang on. That's another decision to make. Am I going to be the kind of game where you need a certain skill level to even swing the axe at the tree, you know? That would be like World of Warcraft. You need a certain skill level to even touch the herb, which is weird when you put it that way. That is a weird piece of game design right there. Or am I going to be the game to where it's like, oh, you just deal such inconsequential damage to it that it's effectively you can't chop it, right? Like it has 300 health and you're dealing 1 damage to it each time. Or maybe you just deal 0 damage. And it's also going to depend on the axe min and max damage, right? Because I would like to see a survival game. Not that mine is going to be survival entirely, but survival games always have tiers. And they're so explicit. It's like copper, then tin, then fucking iron, then silver or whatever. And so there's always like the axes are pretty static, right? And so I would like for my game for that to just be based on how good of an axe you have. Like what's the best axe you have? And that axe's damage is used for fighting monsters and also chopping trees. Where do you work now? I just work as a software engineer. I'm not going to share the company. Nice try, hacker. Oh, there needs to be a loot quality curve as well. So I was doing some game design on the plane, which I think is a pretty good place to do it at, because it's not like you're going to be able to do a whole lot else while you're there. But I was thinking that I want to have different quality levels to the resource drops. So you don't just get, you know, pine wood. You get, a software engineer, just a software engineer. YouTube War God. But I want different levels of quality for input resources into crafting recipes. You know, there's going to be white, green, blue, purple, you know, that typical thing. But then that will determine the output quality of the crafted thing as well. That'll like go into the calculation. And then that way, I think that makes lower level resources have a bit more longevity in the game. Not completely evergreen to where they're always used. But you can say like, maybe let's take ore for an example. When you're making like a piece of armor, you know, copper maybe is the shittiest ore you can get, but maybe there's a crafting recipe for a piece of armor that just takes like 2 copper ingots, you know, and maybe if you put epic quality copper ingots into that, that'll increase the stats of that gear that gets made. So like, even if you're higher level, there can still be a reason to go mine for copper in higher level zones potentially. Should mining skill impact your loot output quality? There's another question. That would be weird. Like, oh, I'm just better at mining copper so that now I'm just getting higher quality copper. I don't know if that makes sense. That would make it to where higher level characters can still mine in lower level zones. But I'm also thinking, like, in combination with that, I also want to do higher level crafting recipes that just take way more copper. Like maybe there's another piece of copper armor, but it takes like 20 copper ingots, and you don't get that. You know, that first piece of armor was maybe at like level 5, and then the next, this 20 piece of copper armor is at like level 20 or something. I don't know. And so then that way it's like it has more life to it. The copper isn't just like level 1 to 10 and that's it, right? Mr. Peepo, welcome. Things are good, yes. Dropping in. Thank you for inspiring me to rewrite my inventory and equipment data table. Oh, were you in that stream where I was doing that? How did it turn out for you? Good evening, Graham. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just talking game design, I guess, here today. It might be a lot of game design. I'm coming to terms with the fact that there's a lot of decisions to make here with tree chopping. It's kind of broken right now. Well, it looks nice. There you go, see? We're chopping it. Look, I can chop it in multiple places. Look at that, guys. Look at that. I should probably not allow you to swing from this far away. I should probably have a modifier for that. But anyways, I'm trying to come up with some sort of max health equation here. Pretty damn nice. No hard refs finally. That is a good change. That is a good change. Clean instance structs for multiple types, different tables for healing, equipment, valuables, etc. Super clean stuff. Yeah, that's what I was doing too, I think. Because I had all my items in one table. And then I had like, you know, item information was in one table, equipment information was in another table, but the same item existed in both tables. And it was just like kind of a lot to input. It was a lot of manual input. So I made those very distinct tables. I had a key there at 10 just for me. Just for me to like visually see where 10 and 0 are. Bro, why can't you let me reorder these? The easiest fucking thing. It'd be the easiest fucking thing. I inspired you. You're not dumb, dude. It's hard to envision like what you'll need, you know? Because it's like there's pros and cons to every single one. Because now it's like whenever I need to iterate over all my items, I have to grab every data table, you know, which isn't like too big of a deal. I only have like 3 right now. But yeah, I might have like a potion data table or something. Or maybe I'll just use it. I think right now I'm just deciding to use instance structs for that. Still have my old ones. Oh, right now food item data is like hard coded in there, but I did add this entity data. This is just like an array of instance structs. But I think what I'm planning to do is just do food item data here, and then I can input eating duration and stuff like that. And then everything in this array just automatically gets added to the item, the item entity in ECS anytime you create a new item. So it's just always there for me, all automatic and very nice. The downside is that I can't see this information like very nicely in relation to other food items. That's the downside of that. Because that's what tabular data, tabular is that the word? Tabular data, table viewed data is good for, is like seeing the data in relation to the other things. But yeah, wood is not food, so I'm gonna delete that. Though I was thinking about having like a, you know how like in Legend of Zelda, the Gorons eat like rocks and bombs? Like you could have a rock that is food for fucking for a certain race or something. Boy, am I just procrastinating on figuring this out? Boy, am I. Boy, am I. I do like the idea of just framing this in terms of level 1 to 10. That makes it kind of easier to think about. And then just like move it up. Though I don't know if is health gonna scale linearly? Jesus fucking Christ, I need to think a lot about this, man. I might need to do some fucking MS Paint here. You guys didn't know you were gonna get treated to the MS Paint show here. Just add some birds that eat rocks, since some do IRL. Do they really? Dropping rock poops from the sky. Oh, that's a good like ability. You just you're just running around as a player and you just get hit with a rock in the eye. You lose like 10% eyesight or something. That would be fucking funny. Okay, so I'm thinking like when I'm low level. Okay, we're gonna think in terms of 1 to 60 here. Hang on, let me pop some allergy meds here. Allergies go great with being fucking sick too, by the way. If you didn't know. And if you don't have allergies, fuck you. That's all I have to say. Okay, level 1. I basically want people to be swinging for like maybe 1 to 3 damage. I'm thinking, you know, maybe a warrior swings for 3, or maybe a fireball swings for 3. So like 1 to 3, you know. And so this is like 1 would be like a caster melee. Caster melee to like, you know, like a fireball, you know, some long cast time, fireball, or like warrior. God damn, I can't fucking. Ooh. I need a stylus. That would be cool. Or a warrior like two-handed swing. That's what that would be. So that's what I'm thinking, like, and then like where would level 2? This is like 30. I don't even know if I want 60 to be the max level. This is 15. Uh, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So level 5, level 10. Yeah, let's think about level 10 first. 10. Maybe swinging for 10 damage. Is that going to feel meaningful enough each level? Because you do want each level to be meaningful. And you can kind of tell how Vanilla WoW designs this, because you get kind of power spikes every 10 levels. You get like a new spell or something like that. So they kind of stack things every 10 levels, and it creates a cool kind of transition into the next set of numbers, which like you do feel it both from like a human psychology. Oh, the number changed in front of my level, and that matches also like your player character power, which I like, that it's not just like straight linear, right? You kind of need the plateaus a little bit. You get spells each second level, correct, but you get more powerful ones and more of them at the 10th level. Every 10 levels. Same with talents, usually. You get like the next tier of talents. So I'm thinking at level 10, what do I want people hitting for? So if you level up, maybe like level 2 would be like, you know, like 2 to 5. Also, how big do I want the ranges to be? Yeah, and usually you get like new spells too. You get like some new spells every 10th level as well. Yeah, level up maybe like fucking 2 to 5. Will you support using lower level spells to spare resources? Yeah, like downcasting. Yeah. I don't think I'll like intentionally do that, at least at first. That's like a pretty, I feel like it's a pretty advanced game design kind of thing. That's pretty far down the road for me. But yeah, I would like to have that level of depth. Yeah, I know priests downcast like heal and stuff in WoW. So if I maybe like, yeah, because when you get to level 10, maybe you're hitting for like minimum double digits. So you kind of feel that. So my curve is already shallower than WoW's, because I remember hitting for like, I think in WoW as a warrior, you come out the gate swinging for like 12 damage or something. You'll crit for like 20, I think. And I kind of like in Baldur's Gate. Like Baldur's Gate's damage scaling is good. I like that. They do a wide range though. Should I do that too? Because I do want like super random. I am going for chaos here. So maybe I should have a wider range. I mean, maybe that's how this works, is that like it starts at a tight range and your top end, you get a higher top end. But you also get the, you know, you still have a low end. Which means at level 5, we're at about level 5. Yeah, the average low end here, is that going to be 60? What if we're like swinging for 100 here, minimum? Because then that feels girthy. Harada, welcome. We're talking damage numbers per level. I'm trying to come up with a tree chopping health curve. I didn't realize like how much I needed to think about things here. So I guess we're just doing game design today. And maybe you can swing for maybe up to 10 here at this point. Which would mean like somewhere, and so this is like 2 to 5, somewhere in the middle there. Maybe like 7 to 15. 10 to like, I don't fucking know. Just coming up with numbers, 10 to 20. Because now the spread is increasing here between the min and max. You have different levels of trees? Yeah. So, you know, I have like the world map or whatever. We can take a peek at it here. It's gonna be a tree boss. You know what, Jed, for you? You model me one. You model me one, animate me one, and I will make that fucking happen. We'll put a slime boss in there. I was thinking about a slime boss. We'll name it Jed. Jed Slime. Slime Jed. Welcome in, Jed. Actual deal. Give me 9 months. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Oh no. Oh no. Don't fall through the ground, please. Thank you. Okay. Let's get to some flat land here. So yeah, here's the world map. This one's kind of sparse, kind of islandy. But like, for instance, this zone, this will be like level 1 to 5. And then maybe the zones connecting it are levels 5 to 10. You know, and then they get higher level the farther you go out, right? And so I might have like these same pine trees in zones level 1 to 5 or like 30 to 40 maybe. And yeah, so I'll want those to have different health levels, right? And then I'll also, like, I have curves here for health, loot quantity, EXP given, armor. I'm thinking maybe armor, because I want to have like ironwood trees, and that would make sense for ironwood trees that you deal less damage to them because they have high armor. And then maybe the player has an armor pen stat. So if you have a really high level of armor pen, you can chop those trees a lot easier, right? I'm also going to have like a skill. I'm tossing a, you know, do I have a skill level required for each tree? Like in World of Warcraft, you can't touch the flower unless you have the right skill level, right? Which is weird to put it that way, but that's how it fucking works. And so you just need a minimum skill level to even like chop the tree potentially. I can either do it that way or like maybe you just deal 0 damage to it if you're super low level. Or maybe you just deal like such inconsequential damage to it that it's effectively not choppable, right? Like you can only deal 1 damage to it. But to kind of like, these trees will drop the same loot, but there's going like the same resources. Like it might be pine wood. I don't know what it'll be called yet. But the loot quality, there's going to be levels to the loot, right? Like there's going to be like white, green, you know, like what is it? Common, uncommon, rare, and epic quality. And then when you put those into crafting resources or into buildings, that will impact the output quality of those things, which could increase the stats on them. And that way I get a little bit more longevity out of the same assets, right? Like the same gameplay things. And so a higher level player might still have some reason to go chop some of the lower level stuff or interact with the lower level zones. And then of course, over time, as the player dies and does their roguelite runs, I'm going to be steadily increasing the difficulty of the world when things respawn. So I do want players to still be able to get some juice out of the earlier zones. And then I'll probably also have some crafting recipes where it's like, you know, level 5 piece of armor, 2 copper ingots, right? Copper's the shittiest ore. And maybe it goes to iron after that or something. And then maybe you can make it, you know, maybe you can make an iron piece of iron armor at level 10 or 15 for 2 pieces of iron. But then maybe at level 20, you get a crafting recipe for like a piece of copper armor that takes like 20 copper bars or something like that. And in that way, like you still have a purpose for the lower level mats and stuff like that. Materials. If you chop a tree, it falls and kills you. Does it level up? Well, I think the tree would be dead at that point. Like you've slain the tree. Look at this little cave. That's a cute little cave right here. Oh my god, that is so cute. I do want tree dominoes though, so we're gonna have to figure out a way to get that working. I need my trees to be entities now too. Dude, these little caves are so cute, man. It's a cute little seed we got here. I can imagine coming across a village with no houses because the trees were too strong. Well, maybe that happens. Maybe they all die. Or maybe they have to make like little hide huts or something. Whatever they can make it out of, you know. Sorry, I'm still so snotty. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm thinking like when I spawn colonies across the world that are like ran by NPCs, like of course I'll spawn the NPCs with levels relative to that zone, right? And I'll roll the dice on some skill levels too. But to your point, maybe the tree chopper, the guy who was good at chopping trees, fucking died or something, you know? So yeah, they'll have to make do. Maybe they just have to make stone houses or something. But that'll be cool because it'll be like that the story that colony went through is kind of reflected in what you see in the world. So like once I create like individual colonists are going to have like desires, right? They're going to need to like, you know, they'll want food, water, shelter, recreation as well. Maybe some other things. You know, once that gets, once you satisfy those ones, maybe they want things like beauty or comfort or money or power, you know? So you give them those desires and code those desires. And then collectively as a colony, those will make up or at least impact or influence the colony's desires as well, the colony's initiatives. You know, if it's there might be a collectivist type of colony where they all work together, right? So they all have to like agree on what comes next. Or there might be a very individualistic colony where everyone just kind of has their own thing for themselves. Or there might just be like a dictator type colony where that one colonist decides what happens, right? Get intimidated coming here. I mean, doesn't it sound exciting though? That sounds so fucking exciting to me. I can picture these systems in my head kind of, but it's like, of course, the minor nitty-gritty details, like coming up with these fucking curves and shit, like that's where it gets difficult. That empty slate area in the bottom left there would look great with some sort of Sky plugin editor UI. Wait, is it done, Jed? Drop the link, my brother. I mean, it's all just RNG, right? It's all just, you got to combine the numbers in the right way. Come up with the equations. So, I mean, you'd have to come up with some logic for like, what do colonists want first? Of course, it would be like food and water, right? They need some source of that. And then it would be like shelter would be probably the next one, right? And then once you have those basic needs, you know, maybe love. Maybe that's another need. And you just kind of, maybe once you get past the basic needs, each colonist kind of has their own randomly generated, how much they give a shit about things like money, power, sex, connection, social, you know, that kind of stuff, recreation. How much do I care? How much do I want this before I get upset, you know? And then you just have some overall mood bar where it's like, I'm gonna have a fucking mental break versus I'm on top of the world. I'm manic. Oh my god, I should make a manic trait. I gotta write that down. I need a manic trait for, it's just gonna go in random ideas here. I put cross-eyed colonists. Yeah, that'll be funny. Trust me. A manic trait for colonists. I'll just say random plus or minus. This gives you just like a random plus or minus mood buff. So it's like plus or minus 50 mood. Like these people who are manic are either fucking, they feel like shit, or they're just like, I'm gonna do everything. I'm the best, you know? I think that'll be funny. So you just have this manic colonist and you're just like, oh fuck, he's manic right now. That means he's gonna crash out later. No, keeps going and going forever. Doing something never ends and I'm going insane. Hey, me too, man. We'll go insane. We'll go insane together. We will go insane together. Soon, TM, yes. Yes. Did you ask Blizzard to be able to use that trademark? In the middle of the woods and your love gets so low, you gotta hustle back to the nearest village like Genghis Khan. Oh, here I go fucking again. Hey, maybe that's Genghis Khan's origin story. He's like, yeah, my love values just dropped when I was too far away from my wife, so I just started fucking, and now everyone has a little bit of my ancestry 1,000 years later. I do want to kind of sprinkle in some village and origin stories. Like, I think it would be cool if you like recruited a colonist, right? A colonist has been with your colony for a while. He's a great fucking colonist, you know. He's like Stevie was in my RimWorld run. And then like maybe they have a desire and they're talking to you as the player who is like the leader of the colony. They're like saying, hey, I want this thing. Or like maybe they disagree with some of the colony's I'm gonna have a cultural tech tree, so maybe they disagree with some of the cultural decisions. I'm thinking very similar to Frostpunk, if you guys ever played that, where you have to make like decisions, you know, am I gonna send the childrens to the mines, or am I gonna make everyone eat sawdust in their soup, you know, stuff like that. But maybe, you know, maybe your colonist disagrees with sending childrens to the mines, even though the children do yearn for the mines. And then they leave, you know, and maybe that like, or maybe they fall in love with you and you don't reciprocate. And that kind of, that's like the beginning of their village and that's the beginning of their village and what am I fucking saying? Villain origin story. And then later in the game, they're like a boss or something, you know, or they're the leader of some other colony that's trying to attack you. And it creates that story, right? And you're like, oh, I shouldn't have fucking done that, you know? Shouldn't have fucking done that. And of course, like, all different colonists are gonna have different needs and desires and things that they agree or disagree with. So you'll have to make decisions about like which colonists do you potentially want to create villains out of, you know? Maybe like a colonist's like wife or husband, you know, you sent them out on a mission that they didn't agree with, and then they ended up dying. So now they fucking hate you, you know? So now they become like the boss, or they leave and they convince some of your other colonists to leave with them, and they go start another colony. Ah, Unreal Andy, a good honk to you, sir. Good honk to you, sir. I'm just flying around right now. Let me fucking... Yeah, let's get back to the MS Paint here. Need to figure out my damage numbers. And so for context, I like when damage numbers start very small, because the changing from single digits to double digits, to triple digits to quadruple digits, it's a very powerful moment. What's your thoughts on using Claude as a newbie to write code for making a game? I mean, if you don't care about the code, that's a great way to not care about it. Yeah, if you don't want to learn to write code or understand the code that powers your game, yeah, that's great. Sounds like Shadows of Mordor's Nemesis system in a way. I mean, I did love that game, but like the Nemesis system is what? People just fucking remember you? How can you fucking patent that? Like, that's so stupid. Pretty ambitious? Yeah, for sure. But it excites me, and that's what, you know, I don't get out of bed unless there's scope creep involved, so. It's just how I fucking roll. By the way, Jed, seeing your slime boss battle one day in your stream, it made me think of like a potential boss fight, because you know how there's like a slime bot, kind of like a, not a boss, but like there's like a giant slime mob in Minecraft too that can spawn. What I'm picturing is, you know, I'll randomly generate some big cave that's like very, oh, a boss fight's about to fucking happen in this cave, you know, just, it's just like a big oval circular open section in a cave, and you just start walking through it to get, you like see something on the other side, maybe the path continues or something, or maybe there's like a shrine or a chest or something, and then as you're walking through, like little slimes drop from the ceiling, and they start dropping, and these are monsters that like attack you, right? And at first it's just one, so you just kill the one, and then a couple more drop. Okay, you kill two, and then they just start dropping faster and faster and faster until you're overwhelmed, and then they all merge into a giant slime boss. and its starting health is commensurate to how many, like, you might deal damage to it if you kill some of the smaller slimes before it spawns, you know? I was thinking that could be a cool boss fight. I zoomed in my ID in some point now. I can't remember what the normal font size is. Oh, yeah. Everything looks weird and you can't tell why. Love a slime boss. Yeah, every game's got to have a slime boss. Anyone ever play Maple Story? Slime mitosis. Yes, good. Good. The Jed slime. Anyways, damage numbers. These things. So yeah, does the range just get greater and greater? More and more random? Because we're kind of just going up by like 2 or 3 each minimum level. Which means we'll get to like... Should there be like a little damage spike at level 10 here? Because like your first double-digit swing is going to be around level 5, I'm thinking. And if the range is this tight at low levels, it kind of makes it not very dynamic, not very interesting. Seen a lot of ceiling slimes and merging slimes, Legend of Zelda and Dark Souls, to think of some. What was the Legend of Zelda one? I certainly don't know the Dark Souls one. Oh, yeah, I don't think I played this one. Here we go. The patent of the Nemesis system is the logic of how they did it, not what they did. Yeah, but even then, the logic is like pretty military hierarchy, promotions, NPCs remembering dialogue and events that affects their affinity to you, and even NPCs becoming enemies, allies. It already exists separated. The bone slimes in Dark Souls drop in the ceiling, slimes in Zelda merge. Yeah, I was unfamiliar. That's cool though. But yeah, I mean, I don't think the Nemesis system is fucking. I don't think any game design mechanics are patentable. Really. I just don't think it makes sense. Every time I see someone bring it up on Reddit, they're like, oh, why don't they do something with that? I'm like, it's not that, like, crazy of a system, you know? It's not that, there's not that much to it. At least in my eyes. Anyways, I keep kicking this can down the road here. So, let's think about Baldur's Gate here. Baldur's Gate starts with like 1 to 10 damage. Like skills basically do like 1 to 10 or like 1 to 8, basically. At like level 1. So what's max level in Baldur's Gate? Like 20? Is it 20? Or is it like 12? 12. So 1 to 12 there. And then what's like a level 12 spell range? Spells. Can I just get a list of spells? Okay. I assume if I scroll down, I get to the big boys here. Sunbeam. 6 to 48 damage. That's such a big range. Oh, 20 to 120. Jesus Christ. Harm. $20 to 120. What's Wall of Thorns? Can't even see. 7 to 56. Because those are like AoEs, right? $10 to 60. And of course you gotta like factor in all the gear and stuff like that. About 20 to 120 is pretty large. 14, well, I'll write down 14 to 84 here. So yeah, they do like a big range. And then like your like a gear and like other like passives and stuff like that. Of course, bring that up a bit. I mean, at least it isn't in the hundreds and thousands like some Asian RPGs. Yeah, that's exactly my point, and I hate when games, especially when they start there. Like, it's one thing if you end up there at max level, but when you start there too, it's like, what are we fucking doing? Why even show the numbers at that point? You might as well just not do that. I just don't know. This is a big range, and I don't know if Baldur's Gate makes that work, of course. Because you have like a high miss chance in Baldur's Gate, too. Whereas in something like WoW, you have like a fucking 10% miss chance, right? And then you can get that even lower, basically, to 0. Whereas in Baldur's Gate, you never have 100%. So, I don't know, maybe I should go in between Baldur's Gate and something like World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft has pretty tight, it's pretty predictable damage numbers, right? It's not that different. I think even some abilities are pretty static in terms of damage. But I mean, it's probably like plus or minus 10%. Whereas like, what's the percent difference here in this? How do I get percent of difference here? Oh, that was the wrong. So there's 70, a difference of 70. I probably could have just done that in my head. But I guess it would be what, 84 divided by 4, or no, 14 divided by 84. No, that's not, it's 16. It's like an 83% potential damage difference. I guess if you split that in half, it would be plus or minus 40%. Average 1 to 8 would be 4. Yeah, it's like plus or it's like plus or minus. I mean, I guess it would be different for each level range. Oh my, what is the math for what I'm trying to say here? Yeah, I mean, I think it would be like a fucking 80% difference here. I mean, this is a 100%. if I'm thinking about that math right. Anyways, I'm just trying to say like the range, right? The range. And I think having there be a wide range by default actually allows you to do a bit more with abilities, because some abilities, maybe they have a tight range. They have a nice tight ability. And maybe it deals lower on average damage, but it's more consistent, right? So there may be some choice there for the player. So if WoW's like maybe I'm just estimating like a 10% max difference, and then Baldur's Gate is like upwards of like 80% difference. Should I shoot for like maybe 50% difference, which I think is kind of what this is, right? Is that a 50%? Yeah, that's like a 50% difference. And the thing with my levels is that there's going to be, it's a roguelite, so this is going to shift significantly. Yeah, I mean, I think that range sounds okay. I think that sounds okay. Are you gonna, I want to make sure you feel it though, because I think that's important. In Baldur's Gate, you feel it. First of all, it's a turn-based, so you can really let those numbers sink in and let the situation sink in as to what you're dealing with, right? So you can see, oh yeah, I did not deal as much damage as I needed to on that mob. Or maybe, oh, I fucking one-shot that mob. Now I can deal with everything else easier, you know. I'm definitely not gonna have like one-shot type shit happening. But yeah, I guess I want the numbers to be different enough to where you can actually visually see, oh, that was a shitty, I'm rolling shitty damage right now. And I don't want it to be like, all of a sudden, I'm fighting the same mob I fought 100 times. Why am I all of a sudden dying right now? You know? I don't want that to kind of like... Obviously, if you're not paying attention, that'll sneak up on you. But I think there is like a level of damage, low and top end difference that... It's more than 10% less than Baldur's Gate, and it feels kind of shitty because you don't really notice it until it's like, why is this not working? You know, I think there's a range where that feels like that. I don't know what that would be though. It's one of those things you have to play and find out. And then does that just feel shitty to the player? I mean, that's probably why WoW kept it as a tight range, is because it feels shitty to not like hit your normal amount, you know? What you're kind of expected to. And then how am I going to display that in tooltips for spells, right? That's a problem for a different day for sure. I guess I'm happy with making the difference in damage around 50%. We'll say 40 to 60. Well, let's actually go like... We'll go on average. Most of them are going to be 40 to 60% damage difference. Stuff like 200 plus or minus 40 feels reliable. So yeah, that's like 20% difference, right? So I'm thinking higher range than that. I'm thinking 200... plus or minus, I guess, at least 80, a minimum of 80. Potentially potentially 100. But I am thinking like maybe some abilities are like, I'll say some 10 to 20% abilities. Like these are like your consistent abilities that deal less damage than these ones. And I definitely don't want any abilities where it's like a fucking 100%, you know, like 2x. Is this 100%? Or is that 50%? The math is escaping me. But I guess what I'm saying is like I don't want any abilities that are like 1 to 100 damage. Like that's... Because in that just, especially if you're going to be able to fight other players or like things fight you and do this, all of a sudden you just get hit with 100 and you're just like, oh, okay. It's just not my fucking day then, I guess. I want you to be able to respond to it. So enough that the situation is different every time, but not too much to where you can't even respond to the difference is the feel that I'm going for. Pub game design. I don't know what that means. It's 0 to 99, yeah. At level 1 ability, 0 to 99. What would also be interesting is if I used, yet again, even more curves for damage numbers. And so maybe like the 0 to 99 damage ability, it's like the curve is like super flat and then it goes up. So it's like there's like a fucking 1% chance you even hit for non-zero basically. And then sometimes that is just, it just deals 1 damage. Which would be funny, but that's not what I'm going for. I don't want an ability like that. That's one of those things that's like gimmicky and fun one time, but then when you take it into account for the greater good of the game, you're like, yeah, that's kind of bad for gameplay. Battalions. Can't remember. Do you use gas? I used to. I rewrote it into my ECS system. So my system is very similar to gas, but it is more efficient and performant. Curves are all over the place in gas. Yeah, a lot of assets in gas, for sure. I think modern games should not have any random generators. That is a wild statement. I would rather play games that have proper projectile/hit damage calculation. I think you're just talking about Counter-Strike. I mean, no random numbers means that like the game is the same the entire time. It's the same experience. It's so much more exciting. Yeah, I respectfully disagree with that. I think that's less exciting to me. Just everything dealing the same damage every time. I mean, that's I guess you're probably more on the PvP side, right? Because that's why that exists, for player versus player, so that it's fair and easy to balance. But to me, that's less of an experience. The experience is the same every time now. But that is good for competitive PvP, right? Especially with a low number of teammates. Especially for an RPG. Yeah. But I'm like I said, like for like shooters, arena, probably even like you know, like Overwatch, hero shooter type games, like I mean, I think all games have some random call, even if it's just for like, should the birds in the background spawn and fly by right now, you know? Somewhere, maybe not in damage calculation, but somewhere I think all games would. I envy people who develop RNG games and can still have fun with it later. What do you mean by that? TF2 has some random occurrences, random crits, but everyone hates them. Yeah, because it's PvP and people... I mean, that's why the 1 to 100 feels bad, right? Because it's like all of a sudden you just get one shot, you know? Like all of a sudden, like you didn't do anything wrong, but you're at a disadvantage to another player. So it's like when you do the PvP, that's... And in games like that feels way worse when it's like very focused on the 1v1. And this is why WoW got so homogenized, right? This is exactly why WoW's class design got homogenized. Everyone's got a silence, everyone's got some sort of CC, everyone's got a plus damage ability, everyone's got a defensive ability. And it's because of Arena, 2v2s, 3v3s. And it's because people started making and losing money from arenas. And so... yeah, people hated when classes didn't have certain abilities that other classes did. And it meant they literally couldn't do as good in arenas. And so, yeah, they were very vocal and very loud and complained a lot. And Blizzard caved and homogenized classes and balanced PvP. But I don't think that's necessarily... the right choice. I mean, it is if what you're going for is a competitive game that's focusing on small scale, you know, a higher focus on 1v1, right? Like in these arena shooters, TF2 or Overwatch or, you know, fucking Marvel Rivals, like it's 5v5 is still very small. And most of the time you're just fighting one other hero, right? League of Legends as well. And so, yeah, when there's RNG in that, you really feel that. But I, for one, you know, if I made an MMO, I wouldn't do anything less than a 10v10. Maybe 5v5 is fine in an MMO, but honestly, I wouldn't have competitive arenas for anything less than 10v10 because A, that's just not that interesting, right? Like a 2v2 is a solved meta. And it's been a solved meta ever since arenas came out, basically, right? Like Rogue Priest, always top in the arena comp. So it's just not that interesting. And of course, once you do that, you have to balance around that, which means making everything equal, which is not as fun. The reason vanilla WoW, a lot of people like vanilla WoW as opposed to retail WoW is because classes have different capabilities. That means some of them suck at 2v2s, or suck at dueling, or just suck at PvP. But they're good at other things. And I think that creates a more interesting game. Rant over. You have a linear game, you're already going to know everything, so there's no real surprise or joy discovering new stuff. But you were saying the opposite, though. You're saying you envy people who make linear games that still enjoy it. There's this guy I've seen that worked at Blizzard. Yeah, he rarely mentions that, too. I like counterbalance. One class should probably be particularly weak to another. Why chess is better than checkers. I don't think that analogy goes towards what you're saying. Like, I agree with what you're saying. But, like, chess is better because there's more variables. It's just more interesting. Different pieces have different capabilities. Not that different players have, like, it's not like white has a different ability than black. And then there's also blue and green that have their different abilities, and there's this circular counterbalance. That, if chess was like that, then it would go for what you're saying. If there's this rock, paper, scissors thing going on. But no, chess is perfectly balanced. both players have the same capabilities. I hate instance PvP. Still sucks compared to public dungeons. I mean, public dungeons have their own issues. I said who develop RNG games. What you're saying is not adding up, Corrado. You said you envy people who develop RNG games and can still have fun. Oh, you mean... Okay, I think I get what you're saying. I thought you were saying people who usually develop RNG games can't have fun with it later, so you envy those who can. I think I get what you're saying, though. But not all pieces do, unlike check. Yeah, but that's just... You focused on the wrong aspect. We're on the same side. I mean, yeah, I'm not disagreeing. But, like, you're talking about rock, paper, scissors, right? You're talking about a rock, paper, scissors of different classes in a game, right? Mage can beat warrior, warrior can beat rogue, rogue can beat mage. Something like that. But that's... Each of those classes are a different player. If chess were like that, there would be white, black, and gray pieces. And you'd have to choose one. White would not be able to do the same things that black can. Black would not be able to do the same things as gray can. The pieces in chess are the different abilities in a class. So when you're going white versus black in chess, which is the normal thing, you both have the same capabilities. The classes are the same. That's mage v mage. Just because there's more options in chess versus checkers does not create a rock, paper, scissors from like the macro player level. Yeah, sure, each piece has their own capabilities, but it's still... Like, the knight piece is not necessarily better than the rook, which is better than the bishop, which is better than the knight. Or can beat, I should say, can beat the knight. Chess has more variables. Yeah, that's what I was saying, yeah. A private group for instance dungeons, boom, problem solved. Yeah, I think I've thought about the instance dungeons versus open world dungeons. Like, they both have pros and cons, right? I think the right answer is both. I think that is the happy answer. As an OSRS, Andy, I played WoW for the first time in Season of Discovery. Oh man, what an interesting experience you must have had. I had a lot of fun zerging around with people. Yeah, I didn't care for Season of Discovery. I mean, it was interesting at first. I think I just played the first phase. I didn't really continue with it. It was interesting, but it's like the longevity aspect is not... Season of Discovery, in my mind, was closer to retail WoW than it was for vanilla WoW. But yeah, it was like a Zerg type experience, less of a slow burn, smell the roses experience, the journey type of experience that vanilla WoW is known for. Different types of dungeons. Yeah, I think both is the answer, right? Because, like, I don't like games where there's only open world dungeons, because then it's just competition at all times. Like, there's no... I don't know, there's no chill, I guess. It's just competition all the time. Either you don't have enough dungeons, and there's competition, open world dungeons, that there's competition all the time, and then only the top, the cream of the crop, get them. Guilds form coalitions, and the little guy can't really compete. Or there's enough dungeons to go around to where it doesn't really matter. And you could say, well, maybe there's better dungeons and there's worse dungeons. But then it's like the same, it kind of creates the same problem as the first example, where the better people are going to get access to the better gear and the lower person is not. And if you make it to where all these places are the same gear, it's kind of like, what's the point? You know, all you're doing is creating travel time for people having to check out if people have took a spot or not. Potentially, which I don't think is a great experience, but I do like, you know, there is gameplay and friction and players interacting with players out in the open world, right? Obviously, you want that in an MMO. So especially if you have like factions or something like that, yeah, there's gameplay there. There's fun there. People enjoy that. I enjoy that too. But I think a good amount of both is good. I think I would much rather play a game with only instanced dungeons rather than only open world dungeons. But I used to play BDO, which only had open world, so I had fun with that. But BDO did something where like you summoned the bosses. So like, yeah, it was open world, but like, if you're summoning your own bosses, that's kind of the same as an instanced dungeon. It serves the same purpose. I think there were random spawns too. But like, yeah, I think only like the best guilds got those basically. And like, it was just much more, my memory was you just spawned your own. Like you didn't really try to like get the random ones. But that was a long time ago, so I don't remember perfectly. A lot of yapping today. Anyways, yeah, let's shoot for 50% difference here. I don't know, is this 50% or is this 100? I don't know. If we're going what percent is the min of the max, and this is 50, but if we're going the other way, it's 100. So I don't know how to like, how do I frame that? I mean, this would be like plus or minus 5 if you take the average, which would be 5 is what of 15, 30%. So that would be like a 30% from that. How the fuck do you frame that? What is the math there? If I did it that way for 14 to 84, what's halfway between 14 and 84? 49. Plus or minus 35, which is 35 divided by 49, which is 71% difference. No, I did that wrong. 49 divided by 35. Is that plus or minus 40 then? I think it might be plus or minus 40. Well, what is Diablo 1's damage range like? I never played Diablo 1, only 2. Yeah, if we go from a plus or minus perspective, that's like 40%. And then maybe WoW's is like 5% or less, maybe. Which at that point, like, what is even the point there, you know? Just to obscure it just enough to where you can't work the math out every time perfectly. Yeah, so if mine's like 30%, I feel like this range is good actually. What I originally came up with. I think that's good-ish. Joel's guide. I don't know if I want to go look through spreadsheets. If you can give me an idea of what the damage ranges might be, just like one example, I can use that. And then, does the damage range stay the same throughout all levels? I think maybe it starts higher and gets lower, I think. So maybe we start at like 60%. So maybe we do, Rather than 1 to 3, maybe we go like 1 to 5? Maybe 1 to 6? You know, maybe, and then halfway, maybe make this, and I can't draw, 3 to fucking 7 or 8. Thinking 7, just go up by 1 there. So we're increasing the bottom range a little bit more. So this is increasing a lot. I think I would want to increase it over a longer distance. So let's just ignore the in-between numbers here. Maybe plus or minus 3. So plus or minus at 50%. So actually we could go 7 here. If I was thinking max is 60. 7 would be 3.5 is in the middle. 3.5 is 3.5 in the middle? Yeah. No, 4 is the average here. Wait, am I going average or middle? 'Cause that's different. Am I dumb? Is the middle different than the average? Because middle... Oh, I'm thinking 0. 0 to 7. Maybe you can. You know what? Maybe you can deal 0. Maybe you can deal 0. That would be kind of funny. Just at level 1. Just at level 1. Or maybe like, because I'll have fractional damage, so maybe something in between 0 and 1. Which I think I would probably just show as 1. But depends. So here, the middle number is 3.5. Do you have fractional health? Yeah, it's all floating point values. I don't show the fractional numbers, but yeah. And I like that because, like, I hate in games where it's like, oh, plus 10% damage on something that deals, like, 1 to 10 damage. It's like, okay, you might not even get the 10%, right? Because that's only an extra 1 if you deal 10 damage. So I do want those fractional numbers, yeah. Both on health and damage. Maybe 0 to 8 is what we start with. Zero is an exclusive end. But this would be plus or minus 100%. Okay, yeah, I think I'm getting the math now in my head. This would be 3.5. Would be the middle, plus or... Well, if I take the middle, of course, it's always going to be plus 100%. What am I fucking... No, I'm not getting the math. Well, I guess whatever, I mean, when it's 1 to something, I guess whatever I put in there kind of obscures it that way. 5 to 10. 7.5 is in the middle, so it's plus or minus 2.5, which is what of 7.5? Which is 33%, so that would be a plus or minus 33%. Which is a 60% swing. 60% difference. Why is math so hard, man? I don't like it. Why do numbers, dude? Who came up with fucking numbers? I'd like to have a word with them. And who came up with words? I'd like to have a number with them. The coffee is gone, and that's sad. This is actually like a plus 100% or something like that, which I think is fine at level 1. Do you have an idea of the stats you want on max level enemies? I mean, that's kind of what I'm figuring out now. Like, I think I'm going to anchor everything around what I want the damage and health numbers to be. And then that will determine what the stats should be. So I think I'm going about it the other direction. Of course, I'm just going to estimate the damage numbers here. These are just rough, super rough numbers here. Okay, so let's just say, get rid of these. I'm not going to worry about those. We're not going to get that fine grain. Let's just go 1 to 6. 1 to 6 sounds good. Got 1 to 6 damage, because it's 1 to 8 and 1 to 10 here, so a little bit less than that. Here, this is Baldur's Gate right here. Which means and if I want like, all right, let's say top end is 100. The top end is 50 here, which would mean about 25, or at level 15 about 25 top end. And I'm thinking there may be some passive ways to increase your lower end to like get a little bit more consistent. Like the more runs you do or something like that. 5 to 25, way too much. 10 to 25. Is 10 to 25 good? That feels okay. That feels okay. Which means halfway, which means 10 would be like 2015. Go like 8 here. 8. 4, 8, 10. Well, that's getting slower, right? Yeah, I mean, I do want there to be kind of a... Yeah, maybe there's like a little bit of a boost here at level 10 or something. 25. Maybe here it's like 60 to 100. 70 to 100. 70 to 100 doesn't feel like enough. 60 to 100 feels good though. That kind of feels like a crit though, you know? Like if it's almost 50 per, like if one swing can potentially do double of another swing, that feels like a crit. Which I do want critical strikes. So maybe I should keep it a bit tighter than that? You don't crit in Baldur's Gate. You just have critical rolls, which would be like top end damage. Should I have a roll damage with advantage or something? Create like that creates an exponential curve. Because if I do something like this, 10 to 20, something that does 10 to 25 damage, you know, swinging for 20 plus is like, that's already kind of a crit. And if you put critical strikes on top of that, yeah, how am I gonna balance that? Maybe crits by default only do 1.5x damage. I mean, I think that's what it does in WoW too, right? It's like, what would the health be? Because I want combat to be a little slower because I want you to be able to read it, right? Like, I don't want it to be super fast, twitchy, zoomer. I want you to be able to feel each of these numbers popping out of the enemy, right? Something closer to maybe turn-based combat. So like maybe health here would be like 100 at level 15. Which feels like a lot. What are WoW's? I don't know how to search for. Is there like a table? I just want like a database of mobs. Maybe I just vanilla WoW mob database NPCs. Okay, cool. Give me a level 10 mob. A prowler, an Elwyn Forest prowler. Okay. Okay, yeah, health is 200. 183 to 200 actually. Okay. I'm gonna write that down. Level 10. 183. It was like 211 or something. For health. And I know I've heard Kevin Jordan talk about time to kill being around 14 seconds in WoW per mob. It's around 14 seconds, and they were shooting for that for their different classes. Damage done by players is composed of two parts: character damage and weapon damage. Yeah, that doesn't tell me much. Is that character level 200? Or character level divided by 200? Strength times character level? I mean, that's good info on the damage calculation. I guess I just need the number, the ranges between min and max. Not necessarily what the because I'll come up with the calculation after this. And use this as kind of a guideline for what I want to hit. So if we're going 25 there. This is weird because you could have a crit that's less than your max damage. That feels weird, right? Should I make it to where crit always at least deals at least one more damage? And we start at 1.5x. So plus 50%. Which would mean the range would need to be The range would need to be like 15 to 25 here, right? What's 15? 22? Well, no, it would need to be higher than 15. It would need to be like fucking 18 times 1.5. Yeah, it would need to be like 17, 18. 17, that doesn't feel like a very wide range though. You're the best YouTuber. Because, yeah, getting a 1.5x crit. Yeah, maybe crits should be 2x then. It makes it easier to get in within range there. Maybe crits should by default be 2x. I don't know, that feels so high though. In which case this would just need to be 13 would be the min. That feels better. Because, like, yeah, critting here. Critting here is weird. Yeah, maybe you don't even crit at low. Maybe you start with 0% crit. And like the level 1 to 10 damage is, I don't know, it's like important for the starter experience, but like it pales in comparison to the rest of the game. So it's got like this weird amount of importance to it. And let's just roll with 10 to 25 as a, you know, the numbers aren't going to shake out perfectly like that, so maybe that's fine. And maybe there's some abilities that have weird crits. Uh, 148, and this is like 6 fucking 18. God, that's a big fucking, so then this would be like 12, 6, 12, 18, yeah. Because Baldur's Gate is based entirely off D&D dice. That's why it's such a wide range. So I'm rolling like a 1d6. This is like a 3d4. 8 to 18. I don't even know what that would be. 1d6. 1d8. Vibber, welcome. $50, $25, maybe fucking. And in between this would be what, fucking 40-ish? 40 there, and then maybe 32 or something there. God, I cannot write. Something like that. 10. And it's good. It's good that it's not perfectly linear, right? 7, 8, 10. So that actually gets bigger. 8, 9, 10. This is 7, 6. Yeah, it's getting bigger. So we are scaling a bit exponentially, which I think is fine. And then I just need to come up with, if this is 60 and this is 10, what is this, like 30? 30 to 50? A little bit tighter range. Got 20. It'd be 40 plus or minus 10, which doesn't feel like that much. 10, I mean, that's 25% actually. Maybe this should be 20. Which is 30. Or 30, 35? Yeah, 15 on either side. Which is plus or minus 50%. I was shooting for, yeah, that's kind of what I'm shooting for. So yeah, I think that sounds good. That's 10. That's 20. This is gonna be fucking like 12, 13, maybe 13, 17. Now we'll go 14 here. We want that to be a little bit bigger. We want to feel that at the level 10 or at the 10 mark. A little bit higher there. A little bit higher. And then this can be 16. This can be 17. Or maybe even 16. And this could be, rather than 20, maybe we go like 22 or something, you know, slightly more. $45 here, which gives 50, 55, 35. Okay. So, I mean, this is giving me an idea of damage. And if I want... I like WoW's time to kill. I think that's pretty decent. I don't think the time to kill needs to be that consistent. Because like WoW kind of all has the same time to kill for all their mobs for the most part. There's not like a bunch of lower health mobs that group up, which I think I might want to like do. But anyways, average health, if we're swinging for like 30 to, or 23 to 50 at level 30. I mean, let's just think about level 10. If we're swinging 8 to 18 at level 10. 8 to 18 at level 10. So if we go 18, let's say 18 is like a slow ability or something, right? Like a 3-second auto swing. 18 divided by 3. So that's like 6 damage per second. If I want to do 14 seconds, 14 or 15, that would be 84 health. This is so messy. 84 HP. Max. If we're gonna do like, maybe I should have taken the average there. If on average we're dealing, what's in between 8 and 18? 13. 13 divided by, if that's like a 3-second, would that be a 3-second? Maybe we think about 1.5 GCD. That would be 8.6 times 4. Yeah, because it's gonna be a roguelite, so it's gotta start like a little slower, you know, because you're gonna be fucking cruising through it. 30, that's 34. That's so much less health. Or no, I did times 4, not 14. Whoops. 121. So it's actually a little bit higher. So we're already like at half of what WoW's HP was at this level, around that level. And so at level 1, I'm thinking maybe we just do like 10 health. I don't know, just keep it simple, you know? Keep it simple. Pacing is super important. Yeah, for sure, for sure. like the slower fights myself. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole difference between like, you know, how long is a fight versus how much is happening during the fight, right? Like a turn-based combat fight is slow compared to like a Diablo fight. But there's also a lot more happening in a Diablo fight as well. And I think Diablo 4 has pacing issues. I've been playing it a little bit recently. It's like any amount of story that I'm seeing, I'm like annoyed. And I'm not like a Zoomer brain player, you know? I'd like to not think that I am. Like the story, the amount of story that they do in the first part, it's like, dude, there's barely any combat. And the combat, you kill things so fucking fast that the actual gameplay is over in seconds. And then it plays, you know, you have to like run through the city and go talk to someone else. And it's like, dude, what are we... I just want to go into a dungeon and kill shit, you know? Yeah, I like the pacing of like Diablo 2 much better. And like Diablo 2 wasn't super heavy on story, right? You kind of like... You discovered the story a lot at a lot better pace. And it didn't just like... try to do, like, I don't know, Diablo 4 is trying to be way too cute with the story. They're trying to make the player be way too interactive with the story, you know? Like, there's this thing where you like go talk to Lilith and you go into like a dream world or whatever, and you're like getting exposition while you're just running around clicking on things, and there's not even any enemies, and it's just like, dude, what am I doing here? Like, you're just trying to, like, it just felt like they were just trying to fill time. It felt like filler. Whereas, like, in something like Diablo 2, like, you would just kind of get a quest, and you would just go to an area and do it, clear out a dungeon, come back, and then they'd give you a little bit more info. They'd be like, oh, we need an item. It should be in the cathedral, or whatever, you know? Oh, slay the butcher, you know? And you get, like, a little bit of... You go out, do a bunch of combat, come back to town, get a little bit like that. That flow is a lot better to me. Haven't played D4 since they kind of ruined the story in D3. Yeah, I think D3 might have actually been better than D4. Like, I don't like how the itemization turned out either. Honestly. Like, there is a moment in Diablo 4 that is good. And it's like, when you start getting your first legendaries, your first few legendaries, that's when it feels really good and juicy. Because like in Diablo 4, you get these items, this gear, and they have these legendary affixes on them that are literally like build-changing affixes, to the point where they're so powerful that you base your entire build around those, effectively. Which means that a lot of gear just becomes irrelevant, right? Because it doesn't have that affix on it. And no matter how many stats are on it, it's not going to be better. So what they did was like, oh, you can extract the affixes and put them on. You can remove and put them on things with resources. But then what that turns into is now every piece of gear is a legendary, and now also I have to do all this tedious shit before I can equip a piece of gear. Like, they should just, at that point, you should just separate those legendary affixes on the gear into a separate system. You know, like, that can still be things like, you know, make them runes that are dropped from bosses or some shit, you know? I don't know. But like, now it's just like super fucking, and the game literally throws fucking gear at you. So you like, most of the game in Diablo 4 is just sifting through gear. Like, does this have the stats for my build or not? And it drops gear at such a high rate that it's tedious and annoying, man. Especially if you're playing on console, because the interface is worse to navigate slightly. So I don't like it when you have to like upgrade or change gear before you can equip it Like, the less of that is needed, as I think I prefer. Now, WoW, you still like enchant gear, but the enchantments are like a very, very small percentage of the overall gear. And it's pretty easy to just grab an enchant and put it on there, right? And they're static enchants, right? Like, you can apply the same enchant to the same gear type. So it's easy in WoW to see, oh, is this piece of gear better than what I'm wearing? Also, the gear doesn't drop at such a high rate. So that's an exciting moment when you get to evaluate whether a piece of gear is better. Whereas in Diablo, it's fucking tedious, man. But yeah, pacing is important. For sure. I think when you slow down pacing, you can do more, actually. You just have more time to do it. Head to the brighter color palette, atmosphere wasn't grim dark enough. Yeah. A lot of people had that criticism. Though in Diablo 4, the art is first of all great and amazing, and the world looks amazing, but it suffers from that same Blizzard thing that has popped up in their recent games, which is everything looks fucking awesome. And so you just kind of don't see it. Like, you don't see anything. Because the visual experience is static, actually. Every fucking piece, every blade of grass and piece of rock and every environment you walk through is fucking amazing. So it's not actually that exciting. You know? Whereas back in the olden days of like vanilla WoW, you know, they really like, they had to min-max how much effort they put into their assets. So that created like a variable experience into seeing new things. D4 has Carnival MMO feel to it, which is bleh. Yeah, it doesn't know what it wants to be, for sure. It's suffering from a bit of an identity crisis, I think. Also, the open world, where you're no farther than 20 seconds away. Dude, I hopped on my mount in Diablo 4. That thing goes so fucking fast, dude. That feels like a hack. In an old game, that would be like a cheat code, moving as fast as you can in Diablo 4. And the thing is, you still have, you can teleport to any teleport spot on the map from anywhere. You don't even need to be at a teleporter to go to a teleporter. You can just fucking click on it, right? And even without the mount, there are enough teleport spots that you're no farther, even walking on foot, you're no farther than like 30, 40 seconds from any location on the map. Like, that world is fucking tiny. Like, there is no point to having the open world. And like, the mount might be faster than a fucking loading screen, actually. Like, it, and you can just completely run through every fucking demon, which does not make them feel very dangerous and exciting and like fucking demons should, you know? So yeah, D4, and I know that mount got put in the game because some execs needed to sell mount skins. But like, if that's the case, make it go A, a lot fucking slower, and B, get rid of all the teleport points that aren't in a major city, honestly. Because they have like the lesser cities all throughout the map. So yeah, this fucking open world where it's also MMO light, where you just kind of like randomly see other players, that doesn't really do a whole lot to the gameplay experience. Because everything just melts in the open world anyway. Whether there's, because it's fucking scales, right? It's not like having more players there makes it any that much better. It's like you guys are just like creating so much work for yourselves that doesn't actually improve how the game feels. Why are you doing that? You know, don't even make it in, like, I know Diablo's always been multiplayer to where you can join friends and stuff like that. That's fine. You know, if you want to show players in hubs just to make it feel alive, that's fine. But they could have simplified that a lot and not lost anything. And maybe even gained something in doing so. Where it's actually kind of novel to run into a city and see a bunch of people, you know? And the open world feels a lot more desolate. It's sad, man. It's sad. Yeah, for sure that it's a shadow of its former self, yeah. I do find it very interesting that they added Warlock into the Diablo 2. I was interested to check that out, but it was like $25 for a single class in a single game. I was like, oh my god, man. Had a rare king's sword in Diablo 1 that was better than all legendary gear. I loved it. Never bothered me a bit. That's good though. That is good. That's... And I think if anyone knows Professor Knox, he's a streamer. I think he usually streams Magic the Gathering, but I know he's a big Diablo guy. And I remember him talking about the gear color. And he's like, current Diablo has a problem where the color of the gear, like that, there is no blue or yellow gear that is better than orange gear. And so that gear just doesn't even matter anymore. And he's like, there should be a possibility that a piece of blue gear, or you say a rare king's sword, is better than a legendary. Like, that should be a possibility. So yeah, I think that possibility is good. But at the rate Diablo throws gear at you, if you also had to look at every like blue item along with an evaluate, like, that just makes it even more tedious. Like, they need to slow down the fucking loot, or at least make it much easier to tell which gear is better for you. Because that ruins the pacing that they have. Lord of Nostalgia. What game y'all talking about? I was talking about Diablo. To try Dark and Darker. I do know you have 4,000 hours in Dark and Darker. Yeah, I don't know how into extraction games I am. Though I would probably like, you know, medieval combat extraction better than shooter extraction. I don't know a whole lot about Diablo lore. Goes against lore a bit. Literally are the reason the Sin War came about. Are literally killed on sight. Oh, so yeah, it's weird to show up in Tristram and everyone's just like chill with you. Yeah, I'm a reformed warlock. Anyways, let's figure out what the hell should be a level 1. But yeah, maybe just like 10. I don't know, 10, maybe 20. It's like, yeah, you could kill it in 4 hits, but like, what's average? 3 divided by 1.5. 2 DPS, 2 times 14. 8. Yeah, maybe I do want 10. Because yeah, if you're swinging for 1 and you got 20 health to go, that's a fucking lot, man. Yeah, maybe 10 HP there. God, if we're going 10 HP and then 84 to 125 here, that's a fucking sharp spike. That means we're at like 40 at level 5. That's a sharp spike for sure. It's actually really fucking sharp. What did I do? 13 divided by 1.5, 8 times 14. That's fucking 121, alright. That means that I'm gonna need to match that in terms of XP gain as well. And how variable should mob HP be? We make that variable as well. Go 5 to 10, or like 5 to 15 HP on a level 1. If that has a higher, you could potentially one-shot the same mob at the same level. I think maybe mob health static. There's already enough RNG. I think maybe make mob health kind of static. I mean, per level, I think. Different mob types, different health values, I think. God, it feels so weird to have this be 40. But if I'm gonna deal 3, I think maybe I'm overestimating how much damage can be done a little bit. Because this would be, I don't know, what is this range on? Like a melee swing? Is this the melee swing of the fastest weapon or the slowest weapon? You know, or just maybe average, which would be like, I don't know, like a 2. Because 1.1, I think 1.0 would be the fastest melee swing. 3 would be the slowest. Maybe same with cast time. Although I think making cast time slower as you go on, because there's just more buttons to press. Yeah, so start with casts, it's like 1.5 second casts. Fast weapon, 1 second would deal like 1 to 2 damage. Slow weapon, 1 to 6 maybe. Yeah, it's gonna be, figuring out these numbers is gonna be kind of hard. I should probably save this. Yes, classes do exist. And yeah, I mean, this is all like generic numbers, right? Like they're not gonna perfectly match with every single ability in every single class, you know? This is just kind of like a guideline that I'm coming up with. Some might deal more DPS, some might deal less at different levels to different mobs. But yeah, if I'm gonna potentially deal 12 damage, and then there's also potential crits, and I guess it does get kind of... Show me what a level 5 mob health does. And wow. Why are there so few level 5 mobs? Are you kidding? What is going on here? Your health is 85 to 100. That's crazy. I never realized that. I guess they don't show the health values in WoW. Armor is 120, huh? Yeah, so maybe 50 is right. This feels like so much. Feels like the numbers are increasing so fast, you know? Because in Baldur's Gate, I feel like those imps at the beginning have 10 HP and you deal 1 to 10 damage. So it's like you could one-shot them, but for the most part, you like maybe two-shot them or something like that. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break real quick. I gotta stretch my legs, go to the bathroom and stuff. Let me BRB. You guys can stare at this lovely picture while I'm gone. All right. Bro, you'd got 2 viewers, bruh. Homie can't read. I literally put all the numbers on the screen. Who do I need to ban here? Yeah, goodbye. I wasn't even here for that, and I'm already annoyed at that guy. I'm sorry you all had to witness that. Okay. Back to damage numbers. I think I have like a rough idea. And I don't need to get it perfect the first time by any means. I think I'm gonna save this. Yeah, I guess tree chopping would be around the same. Should be around the same. Let's go back to our tree curve here. And we can say goodbye to the game world. That's just been in the background running, I suppose. Back to the test level. Okay, so I guessed 30 at level 10. How close was I? I was pretty far off. I don't know, maybe it should be less of a curve. I don't know. 30 health at level 10. Maybe, we'll see. We'll just go with 84. We'll just go with 84. So shift this up to... What is this here? 85, sure, 85, that sounds fine. Put this here at like 40. Yeah, that's fine. We'll use that. And the time here is the level. Yeah. So save that, that's health. Armor, I don't care about armor yet, or really any of this. I think these top 3 will be the most relevant, the most soonest, soonerist. So actually, I'm actually gonna save this. This is like really shitty, but I need to save this before I like forget. Close that for now. Our main goal is tree chopping, so we've got a curve here for what health they should have. And this actually needs to be moved. These need to be moved up to like 10. Well, maybe we can have a little, you know, maybe we can have some like, maybe do a little something like that. A little something like that. Should I flatten it out at each 10? I mean, that's fine. I don't need this to be perfect. I gotta keep reminding myself not to get it fucking perfect the first time. Back to this. So now what I need to do is figure out how to get this tree down into the 1 to 10 range. So I think, yeah, we're going to divide this by 10. This is zone level. So if we're... Why am I dividing this by 10? Because I want to use that 1 to 10 curve at every point of the 1 to 10, which means I need to like multiply this back in, right? Which I think means we need to divide this by max level, right? And then multiply the actual level back in after we've gotten the value from the curve. 5 by 10 would be 2. because we need this to be... I guess I need the remainder of the divided by 10, right? Do I need to modulo this? Do I need to modulo this? I just do 5 times scale, which could be 2, which would be 10. I don't know. Am I going to randomly generate trees with levels to them? Or am I just going to get the average of the zone level and use that for all trees in the zone? Yeah, I mean, if the zone is level 10, the average of that would be 5. We take 5 times scale, which is at most 2 right now, which it could be higher. Yeah, but the scale could be different for every kind of fucking tree. I mean, I guess I would have a curve for every kind of tree. Oh, that's kind of annoying. What is the equation here? I miss when DO2 LOD, I assume you mean Diablo 2, Lord of, what is it, Dread? Came out. I don't know how to drive 1, 2, 3. Destruction, that's what it was, yeah. Yeah, I'm struggling to come up with what this health equation should be here. It's like, do I want the... I kind of want the scale to potentially move it past the level 10. Is this... Am I assuming this is at, like, scale 1? Because, like, I wouldn't want this to be, like... If I have a scale 2 at level 10, I wouldn't want that to be 160. That's kind of feels way too high. So I wouldn't want to... I don't think I want to just straight apply scale here. Am I saying... I think I'm saying... I want... the biggest scale of this tree to be 84, because I'm going to treat them all as the same level of tree. I kind of want to introduce subzone levels as well, but that's a problem for a different day for sure. I think I want to divide this by 2, by whatever the max is. So level, you know, something at scale 1 would be 0.5 times the average zone in the level, which is 5. That would bring that back down to 2. Which would mean that there are no level 1 trees here. I think I do want that to be the case. So do I need to divide this by 3 or 4? Like 2x the max scale? No, because then that, what do I need to do this? Do I need to like square root it or something? I think I need to lerp it in between max range. Well, this means I need to like, I need to know. I need to know coming in here. And so if we have a 0 to 1 value times the average, I mean, that's a pretty static number. If we're at 2, it should be 1 times 10. Yeah, so I guess we go 10 here, the max level. If the max level is 10 in this zone, that's what we do. Lerp it. Curve value. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fine for now. That works. But like this now is like super dependent. What I don't like about this is now this is dependent on what the scale numbers are. I mean, I could dynamically get the min and max scale, but that's just like a massive pain in the ass. And this is now like, this is completely reliant on them being from level 1 to 10. So yeah, I would need to like modulo this. So let's do like float, zone level, just act like that's 10. Oh, it has to be end. Wait, how do you do what I'm talking about then? Do I know what I'm talking about? Because if zone level is 20, I would want that to be 2. Yeah, I mean, just divide by 10, I think. Yeah, so let's act like the zone level is 5, just to make this a little bit more interesting. I'll say divide by, well, this should maybe be max key in the curve for max value. Which one is key and which one is value? Key is input, right? So I think key time. Yeah, I think time range is what we want. Can you not do this like this? Oh, it's just mad that it's not used. Min time, max time. So divide by max time. Yeah, so zone level is now going to be zone mod. So if it's level 20, it should be 2. Which means, yeah, we're going to, that's going to put us at the top of the second curve. That makes sense. Now, scale here. I guess I don't really need the tree health values to be perfectly or even near. I think maybe just at scale 1, I would want them to be near. Scale is not going to work here. Scale is not going to work here. I'll say it again. Scale is not going to work. Because it means something different for every tree. But again, I'm going to have a different... I guess with the way I'm setting this up, every tree is going to have a different health value. Or a different curve. Different health curve. Which is like, do I want to make an equation that's dependent on me creating an asset for every fucking tree? Because it really depends on the area, right? I want the health to be somewhat related to the size of the tree, the thickness. How dummy thick the tree is. And so scale impacts that, but it kind of depends on what it was originally, what the area was originally. Maybe I could get the radius of the simple collision in the tree. That would inherently take into account those things. But it's really like the, because it could be a short, stubby tree. It could be a chode tree. It could be a can of tuna. So really the mass or area. The mass or area. I guess I could get the proxy. I could put the tree dynamic mesh actor as a proxy actor in the tree. And then get the scale from that, because I should already have created the tree at this point, I hope. It would be nice to not be dependent on the dynamic mesh component, though. It would be nice. I mean, I could get the area of the simple collision, but then like the trees aren't, they're all curvy and shit, so that's not like perfect either. It doesn't need to be perfect, no. Let's just go with simple collision. Let's act like instead of scale data, we have F cylinder bounds data. Half height and radius. What is the, what's the equation for the, here, I'll just let AI figure it out. Float area of cylinder. There we go. Okay, so we have the area of the cylinder. Now I need to figure out what this is. Yeah, I think I just need to log some of this. So I just need to know what these values are. I don't even have any idea what that would be. And then I would need to like lerp that based on the min and max of this tree type. I have to figure out what that is. Which I suppose would require me knowing the scale, right? Maybe I fucking do need scale so I can figure out what the min is here. I need to know what the max scale is though, which I don't have information on. If I have area and min scale, well, no, I don't have min scale. I just have to what regular scale it is. I guess I could just divide this area of cylinder by the max scale component. Or I would just divide it by the scale number, which would just turn this into a multiplier. I don't know, maybe like, I think I would need to take a little bit off of it as well. I think that would be too big. I think that's a good starting point though. I'll also use scale data. We will also use scale data. Load, I'll say area multiplier. No, that is not what I wanted. It's going to be area of cylinder divided by, what is this? Interesting. Okay, scale data dot scale dot get max. There we go. That gives us like, you know, if it's like 1.5, we divide by like 1.5. So we divide by a larger number, that gets this down into, wait, so is this going to be smaller now? Am I going smaller or larger with this? What am I doing here? Okay, I need to run this. I need to see what these numbers are. Yeah, I'll just do area multiplier by zone mod, which is not gonna be right, but we'll just start there. Okay, let's rebuild. Oh, I should have made sure I saved. Oh, fuck. I mean, I know what it kind of should be, so. Yeah, they're not going to have all this data actually, so there's actually more I need to do here. What data did I give them? Tree curve data. Okay, so that's going to be on the instance static mesh component. Yeah, so this happens on chop. They don't have tree attributes data. They have like the deal damage to tree data. Okay, okay. Yeah, so I need to, right now the tree entities, they just get created when they get added to the ISMC. But nothing ever happens there. I think I need to override this guy. This would go to here. Yeah, so we created the entity there. Is this an entity interface? No, it should be though. Well, no, I just ask. Yeah, no, I ask for it. It manages the entities. God, quit putting all these garbage ass comments in my code. And also F entity, tree entity. Okay, so we put that there. Put that there. Now I need to spawn things. Am I just gonna add this data to every tree? I mean, I could just do this on chop. On first chop. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just do that. I think that saves a lot of data, actually. I think there's a lot of memory that gets saved that way, probably. The amount of trees that are in my game that are going unchopped. Yeah, so let's say like auto init tree data view registry registrar. Basically just registry.view for, yeah, sure, that's things that, like a tree at this point is only gonna have deal damage to tree. And I can just do anything that has that does not have. I guess we'll use proxy actor entity data for that. Let me look at that real quick. Oh, proxy actor is just an actor. Okay, T-weak. Okay, so I can use any actor there. That's good. That's good that I did that. Good job, past my draw. Do that. F entity tree. What are we iterating over? Trees. I speak for the trees. I don't actually need any of that information. Proxy actor, entity data. We're just gonna initialize a bunch of entity here. Proxy actor. Yeah, I guess I need a way to find that, don't I? Oh no, I'm spawning one. I'm spawning one. Here, this is where I spawn the trees. Where do I do that at? Hang on. Is that in handle collision? Oh, here we go. Here we go. I do need the hit ISMC though, which they should have entity data, so I can look that up actually. Nice. Nice. So we actually do F instance entity data here. Put that there. We'll go auto, give me that data, instance entity data. Let's go auto 3 ISMC. Yes. And then get instance transform. By ID. We could just do that there. We don't need to. We've already got the transform. So yeah, get the transform, remove the old tree, which actually deletes the entity, I think. Right in the entity ISMC. Oh no, it doesn't. It just removes the instance data. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Wow. Past my drawing, making a lot of good decisions. That's unlike him. I hope he's doing all right. I just removed the instance data, which means that I won't be able to parallel this, but I am spawning things, so that has to happen on the game thread anyway, so we're good there. We're good there. Don't need to parallelogram it. Then let's just do this. Well, no, we want the class. We'll do this. Proxy actor data. Proxy actor equals tree actor. There we go. We've got that spawned. Now we need to add all of our other data, basically. Which, scale data. Scale. I'll just get scale 3D. There we go. Add that. What else do we need? Cylinder bounds data. Add that. I mean, we can just get this fill, right? Where was the... Oh, I'm getting that from the tree actor, right? Good. And actually, we'll just pop that directly in there. We'll just populate both of them for me. Don't need to create a variable in the stack at all. Okay, so is that all that we have? Scale, we have bounds. Oh, the tree curve data. We will need that as well, yeah. Tree curve data. Stat curves equals tree ISMC get environment object dot tree. There should be... Oh, is it on entity data? Yeah, we're just adding generic instance structs there. And I'm not doing anything with that, am I? Yet? No. No, I am not. I mean, I guess I should just iterate over this, right? Oh my god. Can you keep up? Writer is not... wait, that is not... I'm doing the wrong... It was user error. it was user error. Also... Why are you mad? Oh, it needs to be a that thing. Yeah. Okay. Add instance, no. To the tree entity, just whatever's on here. Data, which means tree curve data needs to be registered, right? So game mode. Type, do I? No. Oh, okay. Put it on item data. Make a new thing here. ECS. We will register the F tree curve data. Yes, there. Cool. Okay, so now we can automatically add that. All of that looks good, and it's already in there. Okay, so all of this should be populated. Health attribute data is not. Now that we have all that data, we'll run the calculation. Okay. Now, let's rebuild. Now we rebuild here. I mean, theoretically, when we whack one of these, we're gonna get some information here. If I set this all up correctly. What am I logging here? No. I did not. Yeah, I don't even know if we're getting here. What did I use this for? Oh, I didn't add this anywhere. Okay, yeah, oh, because I commented it out, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's to be expected. Right. There we go. Try that again. Okay, let's hit a new tree. Swing and a miss. Okay, we are not even hitting this at all. Or did any of these hit? Oh, this is happening every time, isn't it? I assume we're never hitting them. No. Okay, so nothing is hitting here. Let me restart. There's no fucking way here. What am I doing? Get tree entity from. Result.item. Tree eyes? See. Oh, none of the. Oh, right. None of them got actually. Okay, so we're not adding any of them as entities. Yeah. Okay. Let me think about how much data this might take up. Tree. Oh, instance entity data. How big are you? You are 16. 16. Well, 16 doesn't matter. Okay. 16 bytes. What would I have to multiply that by for that to get out of control? 10,000 would be 16 kilobytes. 100,000 would be 1.6 megabytes. I mean, I don't think it would be unreasonable to think that there might be a million fucking trees in the game. That might not be unreasonable. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Get tree entity from hit. Do this. On the off chance that this is actual... We'll say... On the off chance that this is actually there, it shouldn't be here. Otherwise... Let's add one for this. For this guy here. Okay, so let's make a new one of these. We'll call it add entity for hit, or for add 32. Oh, F. Yeah, I don't know. Just void here. Add entity for instance. And this is going to be an int32 instance index. I don't give a shit about the world space. And I want to do basically this. Except we're just going to do index to ID. Yeah, I think that's what I want. ID, that will overwrite. If there's already an entity there, that will overwrite it. I think that's kind of expected. Shouldn't ever happen. Yeah, new tree entity. That's the one I just created? Yeah. Wow, AI just picked up on that. So yeah, we'll do that. So now we should be getting it for the hit properly there. Why 42 actions? Really? That include hierarchy. Show me your... Yeah. Oh, it's strongly included here. I feel like that's probably... I probably have to do that, I'm gonna guess. Oh, because I put that fucking shit in there? Are you serious? Do I even use that? No? Okay. Bye. Good God, so much shit needs to be imported now. This is like how much stuff it was transitively being included for. Jesus, everything in this file, huh? Why are you mad here? Oh, yeah, I was using that as a yeah. Can I put this in the CPP file? Does such a file exist? Yes. Yes, I can do that. Then that solves that problem? Yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye, problem. All right. We hopefully fix that. Yeah, that should make that tree a lot more shallow. We shouldn't need to import it here either. Do I need that? God, so much. So much. What? It's just like the most random ass things start to break when you do this kind of stuff here. Needs to be done to speed up compile times in the long run. Like, for some reason, just fucking entity got unincluded or something. That what? Can you import that? Oh wow. Wow. Please. Can you? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Finally found the right spot to click. Yay. Okay, the includes are fixed. They are unfucked. The unfucking we shall now refer to this day as. Okay, something about wood axe, I think, is what goes in there. Okay, we got... Yes, we got here. We have an entity. Ooh. Can't I do... Yeah, we want to pass in a name here, too, just for debug. Debug ability. Tree ISMC. Let's just, like... What is it? What are you giving me? F name? That is our debug name. Okay, nothing got fucking triggered. Nothing got fucking triggered. So we should get here. That much is known. Check collision run. Oh, I think I'm adding that to the wrong... Yeah, I'm adding that to the owner entity instead of the wood axe. That's why that's broken. Oh, I did... Something happened there. Oh, yeah, and when I spawn... Oh, yeah, I need to do... this here. When I get this tree actor, I need to set... the entity. I suppose I can just... pass into the init function here. Tree entity, so we're just gonna go entity, tree entity, let's create that field. And let's implement. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting close to actually seeing some damage numbers here. I didn't realize how much additional labor I needed to do here. Get tree from hit. Yeah, we shouldn't be spawning a tree here anymore. Just don't, we're not even, we shouldn't be hitting that anymore. So yeah, just ignore that. We're not going to use that path anymore. Unreal Engine's going to open up 8 tabs, so it's going to take a minute to do that. We'll close some of those. Okay, we added the tree collision data. Nice. Okay, we're going to deal some damage to it. What did we roll? We rolled a 4. We rolled a 4. Okay, we are initializing the tree. The tree has what for scale? 1.48. Wait, I never finished spawning here, do I? That's probably an issue. Where do I do that? Where did I do that at? I don't think I ever did that. I did spawn actor deferred. Does it just automatically do that then? The radius was 466? Oh, this is the wrong function. There we go. Is this private? Yeah. Okay, so we'll go public there. Just end everything there. Okay. Now we'll have the proper radial information. I think we can probably skip some of these breakpoints. We'll just go straight to this fill data. Okay. That looks a lot more reasonable. Tree entity data is empty. Oh, I didn't populate the tree curve for the other one. Okay, oops. Oopsies. Okay, stop. Yeah, okay. Copy. Just copy pasta there. Sorry, pasta. Why did I say that? Okay, now let's try. Yay, we have health data. We will now calculate the health. Good. Okay, time is what I thought it would be. Wow, the area is 108,000. So yeah, the scale, that's a massive number. Okay, this is a massive number. What do I do with that number? What do I do with that? So right now I have 0.5. For the zone modifier. So kind of like halfway in the curve there. And then I want to go up or down from there. Yeah, I mean, I don't, hang on, let me look at my, well, what was my loot function called for this tree? Was it an interactable ISMC, I think? No. Well, maybe it is here. No, it's probably an environment object ISMC. No, not there either. There we go. Get dropped wood amount. Okay. Interesting. I did... What did I do here? Let me just try the same thing. I think I just kind of fucking came up with that. Power of 0.6 divided by 575. And that was giving me like... I think that was giving me like 2 to 10 wood, maybe. That volume has to be like in the same range as like this area though. Same kind of magnitude. Let me try something like this. We got area of cylinder like that. What is this number? We'll call it Thingo. What is this number? Okay, we gotta hit a different one here. This one's smaller. Scale is smaller. The bounds actually seems to be about the same. Is that right? Thingo is 1.82. So yeah, that's a reasonable number, actually. To do, I can do something with that. But what to do? I should do a 1 minus here, right? And then the area, or the radius 20, half height 425. I want to keep an eye on that because these trees were different scales, but those seemed very similar. I don't think they should be. Maybe I was just misremembering. Let's go hit this one. What do we got here? That is the exact same. Yeah, 20 and 425. That's strange. Oh, this is negative. Oh, I did the wrong. I need to I want to know how much more than 1 is this. Yeah, I went backwards there. I mean, that's gonna make this number bigger, right? I think I should be multiplying. I should be multiplying Thingo by how much more scale this is, I think. Okay, let me look at also collision here. The collisions are definitely different sizes. So the dynamic mesh component is lying to me, question mark? Yeah, that made it bigger. Okay, so scale delta, this could be a negative number. I think I want to take, if this is like 1.82, which is going to be the same because this is all the fucking same, but we want to do thingo with scale. I don't know what the AI thinks I'm doing. Which, what is scale here? 1.4. There goes 0.4. Thingo times 0.4. Do I do divided by point? If I did divided by 0.4, that's the same thing as just multiplying by the scale, not -1, I think. I'm just doing random shit here and seeing how it turns out. So it's gonna make this smaller. These trees should already basically be kind of close to 0 though, so what do I want to do with this number? I need to transform it back into 1 to 10, back into zone level range. Do I just multiply the zone level back into it now? I'm not even using the zone modifier at this point. Maybe we apply that too. That would make it even smaller. Do I add here? What would scale have to be? Scale would be like +1, so that means it's always like level 1 minimum. Probably level 2 minimum, honestly. I don't know, I mean, we can see what that is. .5? I mean, not terrible. Not terrible. Let's whack a big one here. Same scale. These have bigger area though. 2. Okay, so the area has very little effect on this. Has very little effect. So maybe we go 0.8 here to 0.6. Did that actually apply? No, not yet. Okay, let's hit, where are my... There's a skinny boy. Hang on with scale. 19! Wow, that made a big fucking difference. Jesus Christ. Okay, so from 2 to 19. Maybe I just need to change this to a smaller number. Let's just go like 400. Hello, please. Goddamn, my kingdom to be able to just fucking iterate here. I mean, I have the numbers, so I should just be able to do calculations with them. 3. Okay. Okay. 3. That was 3.4. What is it? What is the area here? Oh, it's like twice as much. Oh, it's 5. Okay. Okay. Let's get 1.6. I think maybe, yeah, because we're just adding a little bit there. It doesn't, I don't think adding that makes sense. It is really hard to know what to do with this without knowing what the min and max area is going to be. I'm kind of just like shooting in the dark here. This is a larger skinny boy, 2.5. 1.9 times 0.5. But just kind of shrunk it a little bit, because this would be like one of the larger skinny trees. So I kind of know what this number is. Hang on, we'll just do some calculator math here. It was 108,651 or something like that. Yeah, exactly that actually. So if I took that to the... How can I do power of something? I mean, I guess that's the power of let's go 0.7. 3,000 divided by 400. 8. That's better. Can I go back and how do I go back in history? I want to... Oh, there we go. Okay, did it that time. Why? I want you to do this. Go back. Okay, you can't click on the numbers. You have to click on the empty space, right? There's a very specific spot you have to click on that to get it. What I did 375. Let's go 300. All right, 325. That maybe divided by 350. I think that's perfect actually. 350.7. Then do I want those skinny, because this puts the skinny ones at the top of that range. Is that what I want, or do I want the thick ones to be at the top of that range? Because this would make the thick ones extend from the range, I think. Well, that puts this at like 10 or whatever, right? And then I need to multiply by scale or whatever. But scale might already be taken into consideration once I fix the area. Maybe just times zone mod. Yeah, let's just do times zone mod here. This will be 0.5, so maybe we actually want that number to be, I mean, that actually sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good to me for the skinny ones. Yeah, sure. Which means like the average large ones will be at the top of the zone range. These small large ones will be at the yeah, that feels okay. I just gotta fix my area cylinder here. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I knew. Is this area coming from the smallest tree or the largest tree or what? I don't fucking know. Yeah, this fill is... Oh, the length is different here. Now. Oh, that's because I was dividing by 2. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not different. Oh, I'm also multiplying by 3. Oh, that's for the... Okay. Never mind. Oh, okay, so I'm not actually using this to set the simple collision. Oh, yeah, I'm getting the... Oh, I'm not applying scale here. Yeah, that's the issue for sure. Okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah, no wonder I was missing some swings because the... Yeah, so they're all the same size. Wait, why weren't they showing? Oh, it's because they were all ISMC. The ISMC is good. Can I wonder... No, you can't just like get simple collision, can you? Okay. And so once we've gotten to init tree dynamic mesh, I wonder if we just grab the scale data here. Yeah, let's maybe change the order. So we would do scale, well, we just need to put scale data first. Put scale data first. And we'll just grab that scale data in here. I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that. Should I set the scale on this actor? Would that do it? Oh, this call is finished. Yeah, I think maybe that would affect it. Okay, yeah, let's just... Well, no, because this has scale on it. So that I think the answer is no. It's hi Mason, I see you. Hello. I wonder if I should set the scale of the dynamic mesh specifically. Oh boy. Which one do I want? World scale. I don't know if that might not change it at all either. Okay, any day now. Thank you. Thank you. Still the same. Okay, yeah, that made no difference at all. What's here? Emit transaction. Yeah, I just need to multiply this by scale, I guess. Like, I don't know how to... I wonder if I do this after I set the scale, then it will actually, because I'm setting the default simple collision on it. The scale is correct though. Maybe I should set the actor scale afterwards. Then it will change it. Stevie, welcome. It's now my turn to be sick. Oh no, I got you sick in the stream the other day. I'm sorry. Blame Odd. It's all Odd's fault. Okay, give me another tree here. Rude, I know. Same fucking numbers. God fucking damn it. What is the key here? Okay, let's try this. Why is my scale not scaling? I could just, oh, this like scale 3D relative transform. Scale, oh, that's so weird. Yeah, it's not a very helpful function there, is it? Probably same numbers. Let me guess. Same numbers? Yes. Okay. What's the juice here? Okay, so for this dynamic mesh component, I am getting the simple collision from the static mesh that it came from. So just continue. Oh, it just disappeared. Cool. Yeah. I'm getting the collision from the static mesh that it came from, but I'm assuming that it's just grabbing the base scaled version of the collision there, because this collision bound, this simple collision cylinder bounds are the same regardless of what the scale is. I would like that to... we do it from component, what does that do differently? Oh, well, I guess it's already got the body set up there. It's just grabbing it directly off there. We go here. Okay. This doesn't have a function that I'm looking for, does it? Get scaled vol. That's just volume. No, so yeah, this doesn't have what I'm looking for. It was not. Those were not the droids I'm looking for. I mean, I could spawn this with scale 1 and then... It's so hacky, though. Probably the best way to do it. Where the fuck am I doing that at? Here, yeah. Okay, so we saved that. So we're gonna grab that. Hang on, we're gonna grab this. Set scale 1. Okay, I have to F vector 1. Okay. So now we will. Let's get our add F scale data entity dot scale. There we go. Maybe this will work. Dude, what you're doing with your APCs with skeletal meshes is decoupling to make it less heavy on processing. Please don't take your time explaining. I just want to ask you, in your case, in case it is, if you did have to have the same optimization of an engine that a fork of sort. I mean, I don't know what other engines do, so I can't speak on behalf of that. I mean, I'm using like vertex animation techniques. So just animating static meshes on the GPU. And then I only use skeletal meshes for things that are up front. Or like close to the character. That's the short version. Hey, it's the same fucking number. What the hell? Why doesn't this scale the collision? Why don't you scale the collision? Does that do anything for you? Do you like it? Do you like it that way? It's the same goddamn number. I wonder if that never scales. You know, like, I wonder if that's always the, like, base. I don't know. Maybe that never scales. I had thought that that had explained a lot, but it might... Maybe it doesn't? Did I not use this function somewhere? I did. Here it is. I'm just scaling the box. Clip you had. Do I have a clip? Do I have clips? Talking about how a lecture from someone in CDPR about decoupling helped you do it, and I had seen one also from someone they were talking about for skeletal meshes. Yeah, I did explore that. You're talking about scene proxies. I mean, I don't know if decoupling is the right term there. Maybe it is. I don't know. But all you're doing is bypassing the component. But yeah, I have some streams from around that time where I work on that. But now I use Niagara to render the static meshes rather than scene proxies. And the only reason I needed to bypass the component was because the instance static mesh component requires you to update on the game thread, so you couldn't parallelize it. Yes, correct, Stevie. That's how I get so many. And they're all modular too, so like every single piece of their gear is like... It's gonna get laggy at first, but stick with me. There we go. So yeah, they're all capable of having like different gear. Like that's not one mesh. So this is actually like... See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like 10 meshes per character here, so it's actually like 10,000. It's actually like 10,000 meshes here. So yeah, like all fully modular. I still need to figure out, because it's going to be way more efficient, 10x more efficient if I'm gonna bake the static meshes at runtime as well, because now with especially with nanite, these are all nanite as well. They're capable of navigating. Yeah, they all have their own independent state trees, navigation, attributes, all that. Yeah. But once I bake all these into a single static mesh, like each one is its own individual static mesh rather than 10 static meshes, because of nanite, it's only one draw call per material, no matter how many different meshes it's on. Because without nanite, that would be like a ton of draw calls, because it would be one draw call for every single mesh, because they're different, because they're generated at runtime. So usually what you would have to do is like, you know, you'd instance them, instance static mesh component. But because they all have different gear, you know, it's not that helpful. But with nanite, it just goes burr, you know, because it's the nanite rendering is decoupled from the geometry. So yeah, it's gonna get even better, is what I'm saying. Oh, there we go. He's standing a little close. Yeah, and his death animation is not working. Yeah, that's 1,000 of those guys. And then they should all be able to have this gear. I just don't have all the gear rigged yet. I only have some of it rigged. But yeah, they'll all like, all that'll be like swappable. Explain it better than anywhere I saw and read it. Actually made me grasp more about it. Yeah, was there a reason you were trying to do that? But yeah, we'll just grab like one guy here. Where's he at? He's over there, okay. You there, join my colony. Actually, oh, he already joined. Yeah, so he's gonna build that. Hang on, let me drop something really fast. Okay. Whew. Whew. No, you're supposed to haul next. No. Okay, you messed up my demo. You messed up my demo. Okay, we'll set this up a little bit better here. Okay. He was going to forage there, is what he was doing. Okay, you come here. Join my colony, and you should haul after you construct. So he's going to build a storage there. So now he is a Niagara particle. And yeah, so we just put everything in storage there. This is a chest. Shitty chest, but yeah. And then he's going around collecting mushrooms now. Small demo of the colony tasks. So I saw it's doable in that CDPR lecture. Yeah, I never got the scene proxies like working well. I got them working, but like shit was all finicky with them. Like there were some things I didn't set up properly because sometimes it would crash. Like I had this thing where it's like I had to spawn one first and then restart the game. Then I could spawn 1,000. If I just went straight to 1,000, it would crash. So yeah, there was some weird shit there. There's definitely some stuff I was leaving out. And I think they were using scene, like their benefit came more from streaming because they didn't have to spawn a component, which spawning U objects and things with like collision and stuff. I guess maybe not collision, but like spawning things with components would take a lot of time. And so in their like large cities, I think they're using scene proxies for things in the distance. And they can stream them, spawn them in and out easier with less overhead. I think that was the purpose. I don't know if I remember them talking about being able to do it for large crowds. I remember the demo they showed, they said like 100 skeletal mesh NPCs or something like that. Yeah, I need to like get this fucking scale right, don't I? Grab me this. Give me that. Can I just get, is there a size? I guess I guess I should just multiply radius and center by, I don't even need that. Just multiply that by the scale. Yeah, I mean, I guess just do that. That's, I'm gonna pee real quick. And here, Corrado, I'll give you a link to the plugin that I use. Should have probably given this to you first. Here. That's the plugin I use for the Niagara rendering. And I do some extra stuff on top of that, but you'll also see some of my commits in that repo. I've made some performance improvements, and then I was actually the one that figured out that Niagara has a nanite renderer now, and so I worked with the creator of that plugin to get that converted over to nanite, because it used to be LOD based, but now you don't even need to generate LODs or anything anymore, because you can just make them nanite. So you just do a world position offset, disable distance on the static meshes. But yeah, if you join the Discord, I'm in there too.
For that reason, we created Job Resource Entity System. This is a framework that allows you to write very small jobs and execute those jobs on a background thread, because we wanted to have a bit of asynchronous behavior. We have the runtime dependency graph, but in the future, maybe we will have to optimize to the static. We built in some thread safety mechanism, so our users, they can have immediate feedback if what they do.
They created another ECS inside.
We wanted to have jobs because with small jobs you can actually reason about what is the input and output of the job and what is actually happening.
I mean, here's where they're talking about scene proxies back here.
My favorite is that if you have a job, the structure of the job is so different that it's very, very easy to distinguish between original Epic code and code that is written for our system. Those jobs, they're gonna have dependencies on other jobs and something that we call resources. And resources for us...
No, it's someone else's plugin that I've been working on with them. I mean, I've submitted a few perfect improvements.
And we use that information to ensure that two jobs can run in parallel. We provide the user with runtime proof of thread safety, and
Is this the
Basically,
right
it's a basis
section of this?
It's a base for multi-threading we are trying to build. Code that we don't need, and we provided we read the conflicting access to those resources. We can just run them.
They have turbo scene components. It's funny.
Turbo structures are our components in ECS model.
Does it actually exist in the engine code? I don't know if I follow this far. Oh, 34 for the skeleton meshes part. Okay. Yeah, so this is in their... I imagine that's in their... own version of the engine. Or, I don't know, maybe is it a plugin? No. But yeah, that's... Whatever they did here is in their own thing.
And as I said, we have the entity being the representation of the single component. And again, I showcase the sizes of those structures, but think about complexity. We reduced a lot.
Bro, they're talking about EC like this. There's dude, their struct is massive. That's fucking massive. Like that's not. They said they integrated ECS, but that's not even cache efficient at all.
I moved a lot of the code that we don't need, and
they're talking about this job
much
thing.
Simpler API for our users. It's more restrictive, but at the same time, it allows us to build something that we can scale. The turbo storage is our answer how you want to serialize the data, because serializing,
of course, yeah, yet another abstraction to
the most important step
just serialize things. You can't just serialize the data directly.
Because as I said,
dude, all these developers are going through so much work to just not use a traditional ECS. And I don't even think, like, a lot of people say, when I've looked up things about, like, should you use ECS? Everyone's like, oh, it's so complicated. It's not, I don't think it's that complicated to use an off-the-shelf ECS. Like, I actually think the composition over inheritance creates easier to follow code, honestly, than object-oriented programming. At least, like, maybe object-oriented programming at first is simpler, but the inevitability of an object-oriented programming system, by the time you're even halfway through with your game, you've got systems that are way more complex than any ECS thing would be. And all you have to do is just kind of think about it a little bit differently.
And the thing that we realize that we can compress the data if we divide it into specific section. The first one is the description archetype. Like every single element in our scene has a flag if it's gonna cast shadow. And we don't have to repeat fields like that again and again. We just keep the archetype information, something that is repeatable, to read it from. This is something unique, like transforms and overrides. And then the last bit is a bit more interesting, is runtime instance data. Because some of the bits of the data you don't really want to serialize raw. Like, for good example is dependency on new assets. You don't want to have hard references. You want to have soft pointer and then in runtime resolve the asset. For our entities, we have even simpler representation because essentially,
of course, it's a data asset too.
That we call entity archetype is just the information which type of entity it is, where is the data, and what is the recipe to create entity out of the data. It really allows us to compress the whole streaming information and allows us to deduplicate a lot of the data inside those packages. Turbo Entity Streamer. Right now, we know that there are entities and we know that there is a storage, but during the runtime,
Sovereign, I'm the same, dude.
Specific entity from the storage.
I'm like, this could be better, you know? And it's like, bro, this is something that's going to happen like twice, maybe 2 times in a single frame.
You have to have information. We have to resolve a recipe for
Welcome
those
in,
entities.
by the way.
And this is exactly what Turbo Entity Streamer is doing. We use Turbo Interop ID. This is unique ID of every single entities in the world. And we just with that information, we are able to find the proper packages and create the entity during the runtime. And essentially, it is just a collection of the jobs. And finally, Turbo Streaming. This is our solution for streaming. But before we even start to answer why we wanted to custom structs and extend, it was constantly on ours that design. It uses all the systems I mentioned before. Our the entire important in the word synchro. We build the word with actor and component. We put those on the level, and during the cooking or in editor on demand.
Bro, this sounds like such a heavy system just from like a maintainability standpoint.
What you see is the small village in the center of the screen. It has around 4,000 of actors.
I'm gonna go back to the days I didn't know much. I just shoved everything on tick. I mean, that kind of is what ECS feels like, honestly.
So basically,
if you think about each processor as just a tick.
And we eliminated all those spikes, those big spikes that you're gonna see. They were related to adding to some procedural streaming to the picture serial streaming than have how we loading.
Okay, this is skeletal mesh part.
But actually, we did a bit more than what you.
Okay, so they did say decoupling. Okay.
We worked on decals. We work on points, and we worked on my favorite skeletal meshes. Skeletal mesh is one of the heaviest components to have in a scene. And to be honest, with all the titles I worked previously, that was something that was limiting our vision, what we can achieve with that. But here on the screen, you actually see 1,600 skeletal meshes, each animated with own animation. And if you looked at the profiling data between the left vanilla and right our turbo implementation, you're gonna immediately see that the
Okay, first of all, how the fuck did they get 1,600 at that? What are they running this on? How do you get 1,600 regular skeletal meshes here at 20 ms or 14 milliseconds? My God, what did they fucking do for that? Give me that tech, man.
game thread is basically just taking those skeletal meshes. And on the right side, you're gonna see the 4 threads that they are processing our jobs. They do it in parallel. They send all the updates to the render thread. We don't have to rely on those massive...
Yeah, both, like, what were they fucking doing? Here on the left, I mean, sure, yeah, the right's faster, sure, but like this is already fucking fast. Like, why would a Witcher game need to have more than 1,600 on screen? You know what? I bet they're still using skeletal mesh components for things that aren't even on screen, and they're probably gonna have like 1,600 total in the world or something like that.
Send end of the frame updates anymore, and on the game thread. We just stall because we realize that if we don't wait with rendering scene until we finished updating the primitives in a scene, we're gonna break it. So if you put any logic on a game thread, you're gonna get that time back. We have more changes that were needed to achieve that. Like for the physics, almost everything already is decoupled. What we needed to change is some of the function, they have like static inside, and because of that, static members. And because of that, you couldn't create bodies in parallel. And we actually reworked a bit task graph scheduler because we wanted the task graph scheduler to be aware that we're gonna run additional system based on it. And we have very small word partition extension, which allows us to
skip the anim part.
The turbofight actor from the scene. But to be honest, the change was so small that we decided not to push it to the engine, because you can replicate it quite easily.
Where are these in the engine though?
And if there are any takeaways from my presentation, I think the most important is that Epic cannot solve all our issues. We have to do it ourselves. But what we actually need is some small engine modification that will allow us to do so. It's much easier to work with. We have more changes that were needed to
Anim next plugin. Yeah, where is this shit, man? Anim next plugin. I think I saw the other was new decoupled class. Well, it was all based on what their talk was up until this point. Until that point, right? Yeah, I mean, I did the scene proxy stuff too. I did it for a static mesh, though. Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean by, like, what the fuck? They didn't even, like, really, there's, like, yeah, scene proxies or whatever. Yeah, can you share source? GDPR? I mean, just primitive scene desk. Okay, I need to grab some more water. My mouth is fucking dry as shit right now. Creepy. Okay, I'm back. Okay, what was I doing? Twat. What was I doing here? Oh yeah, I was just trying to do that. Okay, so let's go whack a tree and see what happens here. Yeah, those numbers are different now. I guess I'm just fucking doing that then. 8. That seems a little high. So that, yeah, that area must have been 1. That must have been area of 1. So total area here, okay. That just disappeared, huh? Yeah, I have no idea if the scale is actually the scale of the collision is actually correct here. But this is a thick tree. Like, this is fucking big. Oh, he's like at 1 million. So yeah, he's actually 2x. That's actually 2x what the top 2.3x is the top of the scale. Let me pop this out so I can actually see it better. $85 on that one. Interesting. Oh, right, because we're just hitting the max here. So I almost need to... I need to divide this by max time. Well, I need a modulo by max time, right? Yeah. Which means this, I want this to be an int. Wait, why can't I mod? Oh, because it's not an int. Am I fucking dumb? Oh, max time is a float. Duh. That was the issue the whole time. Okay, so thingo remainder, which is, so we're gonna do thingo remainder times zone level. Or no, we evaluated that times times. Wait, is modulo remainder? I want both, so actually I kind of want to do an F mod here, actually. Then you get the. Well, no, there's a. There's a thing for this. There we go. That's what it is. Yep. And we want to divide that by max time. Put that in there. We can get rid of scale delta. Why are you mad? It has to be a double? Sure, I suppose. Get rid of the log. I'm fucking just doing it. So we want to, and this returns the int, right? Int 32, it's gonna be time, and then we're gonna multiply. Oh no, we want to do remainder times multiplier. There we go. I think that's what we want. Okie dokie. Okay, what is scale here? Scale is now no longer factoring into this at all. Health value is fucking 0. Because wait, this is 0? Zone mod. Thingo. I see. I need to add 1 to this, don't I? Yeah, we need to add 1 there. Okay, try another one. This is a small, large. Health value is 85. Yeah, so we're like right at the end. It's actually kind of perfect. What was the area here? 300k. And we got to 19. We multiply it by zone mod. Okay. And go, here's an even bigger. This is like one of the biggest ones here. I hate that I can't see the scale data. No, I can't hear. Okay, it's 1.8. 96. I need to multiply the max time. Or I need the max value. I need to add, yeah, I need to add the max value times the multiplier. Okay, we're almost there. So at least today we got done tree damage calculation, basically. A first draft at the very least. Another big boy here. 272. That's a fucking lot, isn't it? Max value 85 times 3. No, now I don't want to, because I'm adding now I don't want the +1. So yeah, that was a little high. That was a little high. I'll be excited to actually get the damage number showing on screen and a little health bar above the chop location. And then even more excited to deal damage when the tree falls as well. Like when it hits other trees and when it hits players. $125. That sounds a lot better. Multiplier is 1. Yeah, so we are... Yeah, 16. So yeah, we're like, okay, yeah. Do I need that to be an int, though? I also hate that this isn't, it's a double, but it's returning like a flat. I mean, I guess this was a flat, because it was an int. Okay, so we're going to get fractional data now that I changed that to a float. So we'll get a little bit more variability in the health value, just a little bit. So yeah, that one was like 100 fucking health. That was actually kind of a lot for like something that's supposed to be from level 1 to 10. But yeah, bigger tree, I suppose. So that might be all right. We'll just have to see how it feels. Okay, here's a more reasonably sized one. Exactly 125, huh? Yeah, what's it? Okay, so we actually get a proper remainder here. Or did we just happen to get like an actual value there? Oh, because it's like right at 5, yeah. This one is also over. It's a taller tree, I suppose. Let me go for one of the other, because there's two kinds of trees. So these ones are this is like a very small one right here. See how much health that one has. 40. I think I would want that one to be a bit lower. And the scale on that guy? 1.09. So, I mean, that's basically scale of 1. Yeah, so this is basically the smallest one in the zone. So yeah, I think I actually need these to be smaller. And was 0.6 to let's go 0.65. I think 0.6 was too small there. This guy's kind of small too. I think slightly bigger than the other one. Wait, health value is still 40? What the fuck? Okay, but it is a slightly bigger. Although maybe 0.6 is the move. All right, any fucking day now. Dude, that 30 seconds feels like forever. I don't believe that that's 30 seconds. 32. Okay, so that one, and this one's a little bit bigger, I think. Scale is 1.7. Okay. Okay. This one's pretty small. I keep running into invisible collisions there. And then how much health does this guy have? He should have like fucking 10. 13. Okay. I mean, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. Maybe divide by like 360 there or something like that. Shift that down a little bit. Okay, this guy's kind of thick. Thick boy here. He has 40. All right. That's not enough. That guy should have like 80 at least, I think. Maybe I should have kept it at... Maybe I should have just divided more, kept it at 0.7, divided a little bit more. Area here is like 1 fucking million. Go 0.7 divided by 350. Times zone mod, which is 0.5. Take that back down to 22. Yeah, that's a big diff. So hang on. They're all clear. 1 million. 2 point mod points or power to 0.6 divided by 350. Yeah, maybe we just don't. Yeah, maybe let's just do 300. Maybe even less than that. 219. That feels like a lot. What roundabouts, what do I want this at? Divided by, what did I say 300 was? 13. I mean, maybe that is actually fine. But I mean, the problem is... That's going to make this one bigger, but it's also going to make the other ones bigger, right? But I think I need to make this... The power here is what does like an exponential thing, I think. Do I need to make that number smaller and this number bigger? If I go 0.5 here, let's go 1 million. Power 0.5. And then we will divide that by a bigger number, 450. Gives me 2 times the 0.5 zone modifier, 1.1. Let's try that. Fuck it. 0.5, 450. Let's see. Because in the lower one, like the smallest would be like 100,000-ish. Power to 0.5 divided by 450 times 0.5. Give me 0.3, which is very small. Seven health. It feels very low. It feels very low. When was this guy? Health value is 9. Yeah, okay, this is really... Wait, what did I fucking do here? Should I multiply this back in by max time here? The other one was 0.3, so it would be at 3. Is there would there have been ones as small as that? Okay, that's a smaller one of the big ones. And what was this guy here? 40. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm gonna need to play with this a bit more, I think. I mean, maybe I just screw doing this, take area of cylinder divided by 1 million. And actually kind of figured I would do 1 million. Oh, here, let's do area mod. Now I have a reasonable range for what this should be. And then the min, okay, let's just do the float max-ish area equals 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Float min-ish area equals 100K. Right. Divide by max-ish area. And then what I would want to do is add whatever percent the min is of the max, I think. Offset it. Wait, would I add? No, I would want to subtract. Offset it the other direction in the curve table. Well, but we're not doing the zone modifier here. So the zone modifier, do we just multiply by zone modifier here? Thing of zone mod. Yeah, just do that. Do I want to multiply by max time there? I don't think I do. guy, what was this guy's area? 700K. That's 0.6. Yeah, no, I do want to multiply by next time. So we got 36 health for that. That doesn't seem like enough. Maybe it is. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough. I think, yeah, we did want to multiply by max time there. You had a tiny guy here. 5. It's okay. It's okay. That one's 40. So I think we need our max area to be more. Wait, this should actually be... Now, if we divide this by 2... I guess we need to multiply it by 2. I definitely want the average level here to be... represented. Yeah, maybe I don't do this part. Whoops. And that will just kind of naturally take care of it. I don't shift it back down for level 1, like making sure we have some at 0. Give me a big boy. 40 again. Do I just offset it by 0.5, like add 0.5? Whoa, what would that do? I mean, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Say at a zone level 1 to 5, the average would be 2.5. 2.5 divided by max time would be 0.25. Multiplying by 0.75 for the max. I don't know. I think there's something else here. If I offset it by 5 up here, what happens? No, I think that's the same thing. That is 80. That is just right at the fucking top, isn't it? 85. Is this one also 85? Yeah. Okay, give me a little small boy. 40. That is not what I... That is not... 0.175. So the zone mod increased that, actually. Quite a bit. Yeah, offsetting, so that gave me... Yeah, the offset is too much there. I think I need to do zone level plus 5 here. How is that not the same thing? Let's say it was a 10 to 20 zone. Okay, let's just put plus 5 here. I think all that's doing is shifting it still, though. I want to, like, expand it. I feel like this should be like 40-ish. 56, okay. That seems maybe a little high. This one's pretty big. This should maybe be around the same. 40, okay. This is not as tall, probably. This guy's pretty thick. 85. Okay, maybe that did do something good. No, let's go to a little tiny boy. It should be like 5 or 10. Yeah. Would have preferred to see 5 there. Would have preferred to see 5. What is this guy? Maybe like 15? Maybe he's 10 as well. 20. Okay. I mean, this isn't bad. This isn't bad. And then, you see how, like, the difference in height here? I mean, these are kind of all the same. What about this guy? 36. 36. This guy is a super small guy here. Health value 10. Still 10. What is your area? 116. Yeah, let's put this part back in there. To shift it back down. So these trees are like kind of being, they're acting like they're level 2. Here's a small one. Very small guy here. 6.7. Okay. I like that. That works. Here's a thicker boy. I'm expecting 80-ish here. 85. Now, I haven't seen any at like 60. There's not very many at 60. In the 50, 60 range here, 40. Another 85 is a big boy there. And none of these have gone over the range. 40? I mean, yeah, I guess the way the curve, I did make it to where most are going to be here or here, right? Because of these like breakpoints. 22. $40. Yeah, I don't... Have I seen one in between 40 and 85? No. It, like, we just zip right past that, basically. I mean, if... We're not even going to include those numbers. Yeah. Because, like, what's your fucking area here? Oh, all of these are, like... pretty big. I think I might need to increase my max time there. Still over 1 million, yeah. Health value, yeah. Area, yeah. So the area is drastically different. I need an area of like 750 here. Bro, yeah, these are like drastically different areas. To the point where it's kind of hard to actually... Here we go. Here's one slightly different. It's still 40. Still fucking 40. There you go. There's a 51. Such a tight range to get those in-betweeners there. 78? Okay, well, so there's some. They're super fucking rare, though. $84, almost 85. Basically rounded up to 85 there. Okay, here's 85. Thing I was out mod. This one's like, yeah, almost at the top. Yeah, okay. So we haven't had any that have gone over. Yeah, I think that middle range is like too... That's like too wide, I think. Can you move over, please? Scooch. Here we go, 58. Okay, it's looking good. Little guy, 10. $75. Feels a bit better, I think. Boo boop boo booby doo dooby doo. Now there's like none at 85. There we go. Wait, I'm just dividing these. Yeah. I need to divide this by 1. I feel like I really don't need the I should probably just get the one scale, like the normal scale area, and then base it off of that so that it's consistent and I can change the scale. Okay, there we go. Now we've gone into the next curve because 85 was the top of the last curve. So yeah, that checks out. I like that. That is good. Now let's grab me a small guy. This, I hope, should have no effect. This should be about the same. About 9, okay. Okay, I'm liking these numbers. This is good. This is good. I'm gonna stop fiddling with it. We've hit a little sweet spot. There's more we can do, but I'll do that in a different stream. We're gonna see who's streaming, because I gotta pop off here. Vino. Custom yoinking. We go Cavino, we go plane. We'll go plane shift. He's he doing Unreal Engine today, or is he in Blender land? I think he's in Blender land. No, is there anyone doing? Hang on, is there anyone doing? We got some Russians. We got Team Vash. Hell yeah. Audio code in a different language. Yeah, I don't like fucking. I'm the only Unreal Engine streamer, I think. The only English-speaking Unreal Engine streamer, that is.
Completely useless.
Okay, some weird AI thing. Okay, there's a guy named The Worst Studio, who I'm not known. This game looks cool.
Since we're on like an uneven terrain, it almost feels like we should potentially, test level.
Okay, we'll go see someone new. I'm interested in what he's working on.
That's fine. Okay.
I want to send you guys over there. Thanks for hanging out with me. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, everyone. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't. So sorry. But maybe Monday. Maybe Monday. So take care, everyone. Thanks for stopping by and have a good rest of your weekend.